Interesting. That is interesting. 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 Sweet. Hey Siri, call Tanya on speaker.
They admit he's not in an office, and they're suing under the appointments clause, okay? It's like suing somebody for a DUI, but there's no drugs or alcohol in their system. Trump can't even fire people in the administration who are on probation because judges just shove them back in. The judge continued her hypothetical about UVA law graduates being banned from her courtroom because they're all liars and lack integrity. She's nuts. Elon strikes back. He and the DOJ, via the Doge team, just submitted a response to this order. The order is from a judge in Maryland, and he sent this one out. He said, hey, Doge, you better give us all these documents by...
Hey Siri, call Tanya on speaker.
Yes.
How are the roads?
Hello?
Hello? I said, how are the roads?
Right now is good. There was a
Yeah.
little rain in Mojave, but
Yeah.
right now I'm about to turn to 58. Like, right now is everything like a sunny and dry.
Uh-huh.
But let's see. But the mountains still with the snow.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Same old, same old.
Let's see. Just really sucks that they changed the time, you know?
Yeah. It happens twice a year every year.
Happens twice a year, every year? What?
To change the time.
Oh, yeah. It sucks though. I even don't understand why they're doing it. I mean,
I don't know. Not sure myself. It is what it is.
yeah. Much less snow than yesterday though. It's only on the peaks. Really.
Yeah.
Not in the mountain or anything. Because it was rain, so it washed it out, but also because it was a heavy rain last night and then
Got it. Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah. Do you think Maria gonna finish today?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't even paid attention what she's even done so far.
Oh, okay.
Have you?
I was looking yesterday on a video, but I can't tell really.
Yeah.
But mom said that they did the pipes on that side. They dug them in, and she used the hose, probably like you said, for what
Yeah.
kind of one.
Yep. All right. Well, I love you.
It should be.
Talk to you in a bit. Call me. Okay. Love you. Bye.
By this date or else, you're in big trouble. Elon basically responded and said, we're giving you this, that's it, you're done with documents, and if you don't like it, well, you can just go. And here's what the judge said. On March 10th, Theodore D. Chuang, U.S. District Court Judge out of Maryland, this case is J. Doe's 1 through 26 versus Elon at Doge in his official capacity. The judge wrote this before getting told, said, all right, listen, for the purposes of our injunction, Doge shall supplement the court record with the following documents. I want everything, all documents signed by the authorizing government official, authorizing each and every one of these decisions, okay? So give me your emails that put 58 USAID employees on leave. I want to see them. I want to see who put 57 USAID employees on leave on Feb 1. Who made the decision to shut down USAID headquarters and to remove the sign from the building? Judge like, I want to know who's responsible for that. I want to know who decided to transfer USAID headquarters to U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. Like the judge is like, I want everything. I want to know who told you to take the website offline on February 1. Who said put 606 employees on leave? Who put 1,400 more on leave on Feb 4? Who put 2,100 on leave on Feb 7? This is so fun because it's just like a bloodbath every day. Like it's like 58, okay, pretty good. 57, all right. Okay, now we're shutting the building down. All right, good. Okay, now we're gonna give it to Border Patrol. Okay, even better. Now the website's down. 606 more gone. 1416 gone. 2,100 gone. And then they got rid of 800 service contractors. We can't take it, Judge. There's so much winning. He wants to know who did it all, and so do I. It's amazing. It's like exciting as hell. A lot of fun. So Theodore D. Chuang is gonna. I want answer him. Okay, Theodore, give me 1 second, says Elon's team. So they dropped this one today. All right, Judge Weiner. Here's our response to your little order. Look, on March 10th, this court ordered sua sponte, and that means on its own. Like nobody asked for this. This judge is just having a conniption fit in his chambers. Probably having his family call him. I'm gonna get fired. his own after a bad meal that Elon must produce within 3 days a number of decision documents in connection with USAID. This is Elon and Doge responding. They say, what? The defendants object to this order, which is hilarious, right? It's like you kind of object to other arguments or motions from the other side. Like they file a motion to produce these documents, and you object to these, J. Doe's demanding these documents. They demanded, we object. But the judge did it on his own. So we object to you, punk. Mainly because these documents are not even material to these Jane Doe's appointments clause claim. They've got a separation of powers claim as well. But they admit that Elon Musk occupies no office, so he's not relevant, and that Elon has any authority to legally direct USAID or other agencies to take actions. If they admit Elon has no say in any of it, and they're suing about Elon. So if they recognize that he's got no office and he has no authority to take any action, that defeats their claim as a matter of law. They admit he's not in an office, and they're suing under the appointments clause, okay? It's like suing somebody for a DUI, but there's no drugs or alcohol in their system. It's like their claim is going to fail. They say Elon is violating the appointments clause, but he's not in office. That is only for people who are in office. The Constitution says it's for offices that are established by law. Elon's not in there. So the clause thus ensures that when Congress creates an office and vests it with certain legal power, the person holding that office and exercising that power is selected and approved in a politically accountable manner, right? President is elected, nominates people, advice and consent of the Senate. There's checks and balances there. Whereas here, it is undisputed that a person neither holds any office nor wields any de jure authority, official. The appointments clause simply has nothing to say. They're suing under the appointments clause, like that's in their pleading, you broke this law. Okay, well, what's your evidence that we broke this law? I don't have any. Okay, well, then your claim fails. Doesn't matter what it is. So if they could fix their complaint and make some other complaint and say, well, he should be appointed or something else, as their complaint stands, it's failed. So the order from you, judge, that wants everything from all of our firings, it appears designed to test whether certain actions about which plaintiffs complains, like the judge wants to know, were these things taken by officers of the United States who held legal authority to take them? Okay, and this is so fun because it's just calling the judge out to his face. It's like, judge, can you just stop being a little weenie and just ask what you're wanting to ask? We're not going to give you documents on all that crap. What do you want to know? It seems like you're trying to ask whether these actions were taken by officers of the United States who had the lawful authority to do that. Is that what you're asking, judge? Well, guess what? They were. And plaintiffs, the people suing these does, they bear the burden of proof for this one. And it's a particularly heavy one if they want to seek a preliminary injunction against us. And they have provided no evidentiary basis to conclude otherwise. There is no evidence that somebody made a decision outside of the law. And it's their burden to bring it up, not yours, judge. But we, Trump and Elon, must point out that these facts have no bearings on the appointments clause regardless. Doesn't even matter one way or the other. If an individual is not an officer of the United States and who holds no legal authority purports to take an official action, that might bear on the legal effect of the action. Not that the individual somehow becomes a principal officer and requires Senate confirmation, let alone oust them from their roles as officers, like Secretary Rubio in this case, who have undergone Senate confirmation. Now, in all events, Doge says, without waiving their objection to the propriety of any document productions whatsoever in the appointments clause challenge, we are going to give you copies of the orders and the decision documents corresponding to the actions referenced in the order. Now, these documents confirm that the actions indeed were taken, directed, and approved by the appropriate officers or employees. Now, defendants otherwise rest on the current evidentiary record. So in other words, you're getting some materials, but that's it. We're done. We object to your order. This is all you need to know. We're going to provide you with some answers, but we are maintaining all of our objections to this. Like, we're not acquiescing anything. We're not agreeing that any of this inquiry is justified whatsoever. So for these reasons, and those previously articulated in our opposition and at the oral hearing, this court should deny the motion and progress this case to a prompt dismissal. It says these documents were requested from USAID and the GSA. They're not even a party to this case. Now, although the USAID and GSA provided these documents voluntarily, they are doing so without waiving any objections to the future non-party production from this court. So, very fun filing from Joshua Gardner, basically shoving it right back in that judge's face after he threw a little bit of a temper tantrum here. Look, here's the thing. They were all done by a lawfully appointed person. So all your little hissy fit whining about this is without merit. Dismiss this case and stop acting a fool. Now, that judge is obviously acting a fool, Theodore, but in addition addition to him, we've seen that another lunatic judge called Judge Vargas has also gone bananas, and so is this judge. Anna Reyes, a Biden appointee, was presiding over another case that happened yesterday and was furious about a Pete Hegseth tweet. The Biden appointee, who previously stated that the idea of only two sexes, she said it's not biologically correct. The federal judge. Two sexes is not biologically correct. Federal judge heard arguments about the Pentagon's attempt to ban transgender individuals in another hearing. Now, during the hearing, Reyes pointed to a post on X in which Hegseth quoted, and I hope Hegseth tweets like crazy about this issue. At least like 5 trans tweets a day from Pete, because this judge will go nuts. Pentagon says transgender troops are disqualified from service without an exemption. Now, the memo says that U.S. service members who are transgender or otherwise exhibit gender dysphoria are prohibited from military service unless they obtain an exemption. The trans sued, and Judge Reyes is furious about it. During her aggressive questioning of DOJ lawyers, Reyes said that one of the defendants in this case, Second Lieutenant Talbot, has more commendations than books in our library, and asked why she should side with Hegseth, who she said at the time had only been in office for 30 days, rather than deferring to the Joint Chiefs. Reyes said that the Joint Chiefs had determined there's no problem with trans. The DOJ lawyer said, well, you don't really have a decision, Judge. Like, you defer to Secretary Hegseth. He is the Secretary of Defense. It's his job, not yours. You don't get to decide who has a better policy. Reyes fired back, saying that the reason for Secretary Hegseth's decision was informed by 2 studies which actually undercut his policy. She's like, well, he made the decision wrong. It doesn't matter. It's his opinion. He can rely on crap studies if he wants to. She says, we haven't even gotten to the issue of animus yet. Right, here is the quote. Pentagon says transgender troops are disqualified from service without an exemption. The judge then asked the DOJ lawyers if they knew how much the military spends on Viagra. Oh yeah? They said, no, we don't. Well, they spent $42 million on Viagra and compared that to $52 million spent on gender dysphoria treatment over 10 years. So it's like not even the same. So like you guys are obsessed with your penises. So what if we want to cut the other ones off? Some of you want to grow yours. Some of them don't want them. It's the same thing. Mannion pointed out that they didn't know how many people they were talking about for each side of the argument, and that it could be the treatment for gender dysphoria is much more expensive. Yeah, it is. I think it's a little bit different, popping a pill, getting an erection for 2 hours or whatever it is, which I think might be a problem. 3 hour, you got to call somebody or something. But the point is, a lifetime of hormones and massive surgery to repurpose the muscles from your arm into a fake genital is a whole different ballgame than popping a little blue pill. Now, Reyes agreed, but maintained that it's obvious that Defense Department spends much more on Viagra than on gender dysphoria treatment. When she questioned the government lawyers on that, Mannion argued that Hegseth was using shorthand. He said, well, look at the words in the policy. Reyes said, no, the judge. Do you really think you can do that? Say one thing in public and then come here to court and say something else? Reyes said that Mannion had until Monday to deliver a declaration from Hegseth that he didn't actually mean all transgender people. There's this judge. I've been using the she pronoun, but I'm not sure. Says his words are that this covers all transgender people. Now, I'm not going to speculate that he was being sloppy. Trump signed an executive order that said, no, you're done with the trans stuff in the military. Government lawyers argued that Hegseth has broad authority to set policies for national defense, and a more specific quote came out like this. Lawyer Jason Mannion pointed out, we don't know how many people we're talking about, and I guess they're just obsessed with genitals over there. So, in addition to that, this other lunatic judge, Judge William Alsup, who I think is like in his 80s, I read, and probably has no idea what's even happening, but Judge William Alsup described the mass firings as a sham strategy by Trump, and then immediately reinstated a bunch of fired federal workers. Okay, so now Trump can't even fire people in the administration who are on probation because judges just shove them back in. They were on probation. William Alsup described the mass firings as a sham by the government's HR. He said he was a San Francisco appointee of Bill Clinton, obviously, ordered the DOD, Treasury, Energy, Ag, Veterans Affairs to immediately offer all fired probationary employees their jobs back. The Office of Personnel Management, the judge said, was unlawful. One of the most far-reaching rejections yet. Obviously, it's going to be appealed. So we're starting to cross the Rubicon, obviously. A federal judge just says everybody who's on probation who can be fired, like unequivocally, has to hire them back. Got it. Now, a lot of these judges are getting scolded and hammered. This was a complaint that was filed by Chad Mizell, and this one went against Judge Anna C. Reyes. She held a hearing before this last hearing, and she was screaming at them back then. She was asking whether there were only 2 sexes, male and female. She was not sure how many sexes there were. They said, how many are there? She said that there could be anywhere near about 30 different intersex examples, okay? So biologically, it's not male and female. It's 30, which is crazy. It was during these lines of questioning that Reyes engaged in unacceptable misconduct at this issue and said in her courtroom, she was hammering him about his religious beliefs and then using him unwillingly as a physical prop in her courtroom theatrics. After a long screed about how she believed, this federal judge, that Trump discriminated against individuals with gender dysphoria. She said he was literally erasing transgender people, this lunatic judge. Reyes describes receiving an email suggesting that she developed a relationship with Jesus. Pretty good advice. She then uses this aside as an excuse to randomly pivot to questioning the DOJ attorney about his religious views. Says, well, what do you think Jesus would say to telling a group of people that they're so worthless that we're not going to allow them into homeless shelters? Do you think Jesus would be like, oh, sounds right to me? Or do you think Jesus would say, WTF? Of course let them in. I'm like nuts, right? Like when I say like these psycho judges, like they're nuts. This line of questioning is deeply problematic for several reasons. Well, first, the question has no relevance to the legal analysis of military policy, obviously. Second, it placed DOJ counsel in an untenable position of either appearing unresponsive or speculating about an incoherent hypothetical alignment with Reyes's personal religious beliefs. Counsel did not fall into that trap, though. Provided a professional response that highlights the impropriety of the action and the question itself. The DOJ attorney said, Your Honor, the United States is not going to speculate about what Jesus would have to say about anything. Great answer. Your Honor, that calls for speculation. We don't know what our Lord and Savior would say about that. The United States is not going to speculate about this. She probably went nuts. Third, sporadic use of the inappropriate abbreviation WTF, she kept saying. WTF! During the questioning of an attorney on his religious beliefs sheds light on the severity of this judge's lack of professional decorum. Now, unfortunately, Reyes' misconduct was not isolated to a single incident. The transcript also reveals that Reyes attempted to embarrass counsel by physically directing him as part of a rhetorical exercise in front of other attorneys, court personnel, and members of the press. During an exchange about discrimination, Judge Reyes abruptly instructed DOJ counsel, said, I made a change to my standing order when I was in the back. My new standing order says that no one who has graduated from UVA Law School can appear before me. So I need you to sit down, please. I need you to sit down. Wow. When counsel complied with this directive, because he's in her courtroom, the judge continued her hypothetical about UVA law graduates being banned from her courtroom because they're all liars and lack integrity. She's nuts. Only after Judge Reyes used counsel as a physical prop, sit down, did she instruct him to come back up and continue the proceedings. This directive served no legitimate and judicial purpose and transformed an attorney appearing before the court into an unwilling participant in the judge's demonstration. Such treatment undermines the dignity of counsel and the decorum of the courtroom. It also contravenes the rules, saying judges should accord everybody proper care. Judge Reyes and her actions diminished respect for counsel, creating an intimidating environment. The physical direction was for dramatic effect, not for anything that was relating to anything proper in court. And so you should act in a manner that promotes confidence. And so we respectfully ask that you address these violations in future court proceedings. We need an independent and impartial judiciary, not one filled with psychopath Democrat hacks who speak like they're texting 8-year-olds. WTF in the courtroom, screaming about Jesus in there. Absolutely nuts. So that's the Judge Reyes there. And Elon, in spite of all of this, in spite of Doge coming after him and Trump and USAID and all of them, they're not stopping at all. Elon's going after the IRS now. 20% staff cuts coming soon. Here's what's being reported over from the Washington Post telling us that on Thursday, the Trump administration removed the IRS service top lawyer and rolled out plans to downsize 20% of the agency's staff. Oh, no. It's a good start. William Paul, a career official named to the position in January, will be replaced by Andrew DeMello, who was nominated to be the Education Department Inspector General before. 3 people speaking on condition of anonymity, not authorized to speak to the media about any of this, but it's happening. Also, Doge officials instructed the acting IRS commissioner to eliminate 18,000 IRS jobs gone by May 15th. Afuera. The Tax Compliance Department would have the largest job cuts, 8,200 gone. Taxpayer Services, 3,200 gone. These moves are only an initial phase of the job cuts. Gavin Kleiger, a Doge software engineer, has signaled to agency leadership plans for further headcount reductions, according to 2 more. The internal reshuffling comes as career staff clashed with Doge officials and battle attempts to access information, but they're coming in hot. All 5 people who spoke on the matter said Paul's ouster provoked concerns. All the career staff are already freaked. Doge O'Donnell, a civil servant who spent several decades at the agency, left last month the IRS after a disagreement with Trump's new people. Spokespeople for the IRS and Treasury declined to comment. Doge has sought to use IRS records as part of its efforts to reduce fraud. Trump administration moving ahead with plans to reduce even more. Some saying maybe 25,000 additional employees could be axed on top of 12,000 who've already left. Highly unusual, they say, to remove an acting chief counsel, according to former acting chief counsels. While the chief counsel is a political appointee walking leaves, they're typically experienced career officials, which is exactly why they need to go. So Elon, not slowing down, striking back, telling the judge that we're going to give you what we give you. You don't need any more. Stop raising these arguments on your own. We object, and the cutting will continue. So we'll keep our eye on this, on these wacko judges. Thanks for subscribing and joining as we do.
Hi, everyone. I am not Jesse Waters, but tonight, a special edition. Please roll the video.
We're turning the page on 4 long years of corruption, weaponization, and surrender to violent criminals. We're restoring fair, equal, and impartial justice.
Law and order is back. Dun dun.
Those days are over, and they are never going to come back.
It is my job to make the best choice for the country, to minimize the harms to the American people. I will vote to keep the government open.
Good luck, Chuck.
It is a huge slap in the face.
We don't have to come and knock on your door and send you home. We're going to do that, of course. But before that happens, why don't you get on a plane and go home yourself?
Agitators and illegals on the hot seat. Plus. All right, somebody DVR'd the morning show. I'm going to find out who it is. Today, Donald Trump delivered a speech that's only happened a few times in history, but not like this. A president who was prosecuted by the Department of Justice is now in their headquarters telling them law and order is back. And when the man who tried to put Trump in jail, Attorney General Merrick Garland, left the building for the last time, remember this? He was treated like a hero. You better cover your eyes and your ears. Today, Donald Trump walked down that hallway with Garland's replacement.
Hello, everybody. How are you? Oh, wow. You're such a nice person. That's a rough picture. That's a rough picture.
We're waiting on Jake to go up.
Thank you.
All right, this is the same building where Garland told the country he signed off on raiding Trump's home.
That search was at premises located in Florida belonging to the former president. I personally approved the decision to seek a search warrant in this matter.
Today, Trump was behind that podium. This time, he had the hero's welcome.
It's a true honor to be with you today. This is a storied hall, if there ever was one. And based on the crowd, I think we broke the all-time record. But as we begin a proud new chapter in the chronicles of American justice, this really is something. We're turning the page on 4 long years of corruption, weaponization, and surrender to violent criminals, and we're restoring fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law.
Yes, you are, and you're doing it already. The Department of Justice has spent just too much time focusing on one man.
Unfortunately, in recent years, a corrupt group of hacks and radicals within the ranks of the American government obliterated the trust and goodwill built up over generations. They spied on my campaign, launched one hoax and disinformation operation after another, broke the law on a colossal scale, persecuted my family, staff, and supporters, raided my home, Mar-a-Lago, and did everything within their power to prevent me from becoming the president of the United States. They tried to turn America into a corrupt, communist, and third world country. But in the end, the thugs failed and the truth won.
That is true. Everything he said, 100% correct. And he just might be holding a grudge.
I promised my wife I would never use a bad word, so just a little bad. The case against me was bull. And she correctly dismissed it.
And you could say that's plural, too, the cases. Every charge against Trump was flimsy. And if he didn't run a second time, none of this would have happened. Today, in an exclusive with Brooks Singman at the helm, Fox News Digital is reporting this. The Biden White House turned over Trump and Pence's government cell phones to the FBI in 2022. The FBI didn't even need a warrant. But every Democrat had the same excuse for trying to arrest their political opponent.
This is America. No one is above the law.
No one is above the law.
No one is above the law.
The fact is, no one is above the law.
No one, not even the president, is above the law.
No one,
No one is above the law.
What happened to those people? But under Joe Biden, everyone was above the law, unless you were Republican.
They set loose violent criminals while targeting patriotic parents at school board meetings. They dropped charges against Antifa and Hamas supporters while labeling traditional Catholics as domestic terrorists. They imported illegal alien murderers, drug dealers, and child predators from all over the world to come into our country while putting elderly Christians and pro-life activists on trial for singing hymns and for saying prayers. They went to jail for that. Our predecessors turned this Department of Justice into the Department of Injustice. But I stand before you today to declare that those days are over, and they are never going to come back. They're never coming back.
So now the president's unleashing the crime fighters to do what they do best, catching bad guys.
And in just 2.5 short weeks, we have arrested over 300 violent felonies, gang members, including MS-13 and 18 gangsters. We have taken seizure of hundreds of pounds of narcotics in Massachusetts alone in the last couple of weeks. They have indicted federally over 50 violent gang members and narco traffickers, seizing almost 200 kilograms of fentanyl.
That is called a strong start. Cartels have been running wild in this country for years, smuggling drugs, guns, and migrants. Their gangs infiltrated our cities, killed innocent Americans. You know this. And the days of being scared are over, though. It's time for the cartels to begin to panic.
President Trump has secured our borders and will continue to fight the cartels throughout this country, deport them all, or lock them up. Under the last administration, cartels, criminals, they freely walked in and out of our country with impunity. No longer. Under Donald Trump, they live in fear, and they better live in fear, because we're coming after all of them.
And I believe her, too. These are the bad hombres Trump warned us about.
These are stone-cold killers. These are killers they make our killers look nice by comparison. They make our killers look nice. These are rough, tough people with the tattoos all over their face. Historically speaking, I don't want to discriminate against anybody, but historically speaking, they're not going to be the head of any major bank that we know of.
That's true. What's scarier than face tattoos and cartels is what they bring into our country. How about fentanyl?
This 1 kilo can kill 500,000 people. The 180 there, in pure form, could kill 90 million people. That is the population of California, Texas, and Florida. That's what we're dealing with in our country. That's why angel moms go around the country. That's why Donald Trump has taken such a hard stance against cartels, securing our borders, getting these gangs and drugs out of our country. But look at that. That can kill 3 states in its pure form. That should terrify everyone.
And it does. This is going to be a tough job that requires every facet of the government to be in sync for a change. You're talking about federal, state, and local police be working around the clock to protect us. While the cops have our back, Trump has theirs.
On day one, I signed an executive order directing Attorney General to ensure that anyone who murders a police officer immediately, with as fast a trial as we can have, gets the death penalty.
Yep, this is a new era for the Department of Justice. We have a pro-cop president and a country and a police force that's finally allowed to enforce the law for the first time in years. That against violent criminals, gangbangers, not political opponents. Former U.S. Attorney Brett Tolman joins us now. Brett, in looking at that hour-plus speech, a lot ad-libbed, he's ticked still, and he has a reason to be.
Brian, he absolutely does. You think of the Department of Justice and the storied history. There's been controversy, certainly, but there's been the decimation of the public opinion and the trust of the Department of Justice and the FBI. I think about this so often, the fact that there is a massive cross-section in this country of people that don't believe that the Department of Justice was weaponized. So when you have them brainwashed by the media, when they don't do their job and expose what's actually happening, then you're losing the ability to understand what slowly progressed in the Department of Justice, a cancer that was allowed to be fueled by political hatred, by the left's ideologue, and by those that lost their sense of justice and fairness in this country. He's absolutely right on everything, and Pam Bondi has the resolve and the depth and the ability to bring it back. But you're right, it's going to be difficult and tough, but I think they're up to the challenge.
But the thing is, the good people that want to be fantastic members of the FBI, the ones that want to pursue justice, this is the great day for them. They're going to be allowed to do their job. Not for the president, but it's why they put on the badge, not to get rich, to actually seek justice. They've been unable to do that, at least in some ways. I look at this guy, Tim Tebow. This guy, thanks to a whistleblower of the FBI, he broke protocol. He did special investigations into Trump, made it the number one priority, open investigation involving him, an unauthorized criminal investigation too, as a role. And he also didn't stop for about 2.5 years while ignoring the laptop that would have actually opened up an investigation, you would think, into Joe Biden.
Well, look, the country saw the FBI willing to pursue conservatives, Christians, individuals that they disagreed with politically, and while ignoring what was so obvious and apparent about a corrupt family that was in power, multiple families that were in power, concerted efforts to go after their political opponent. Brian, I had over a dozen agents reach out to me celebrating that Donald Trump won, and their reason, one reason only, and that was, we want to get back to actually catching bad guys.
And if you notice, if you talk to the president, he doesn't just say the FBI is all bad. He knows FBI agents have come up to him and expressed their frustration, like the Miami Bureau wasn't even alerted that they were going to raid Mar-a-Lago. So I'm watching another channel just to challenge myself, and Jake Tapper says this: you don't have to be a member of MAGA to know that Peter Strzok, Lisa Page texts were awful, that there was a FISA abuse, and the weird thing about Carter Page. I don't know about Alvin Bragg basically invented a felony in order to prosecute Trump. You don't have to be a member of MAGA to say, look, basically, he's got legitimate grievances. Trump called out the press because they were marshaling a big opposition on him, and they're still trying to do it today.
Well, they are. I want to give you some credit. Even when it wasn't popular, you were willing to actually, analyze the case and to look at the facts. And that's the thing that we've been, denied, is that ability to actually look at what the underlying facts are of a situation and to assess why would a government go after this particular individual. And that's the media that we need, and I think that's what we'll have going forward.
And Brett, you know who educated me, because I don't have that investigative instinct. I get confused at James Bond movies, is Dan Bongino. One day in the middle of the investigation, He says, let me tell you what happened. And everything that he told me ended up coming true, but it took 3.5 more years. Brett, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Brian.
Meanwhile, speaking of the weekend, don't miss my show Sunday night. Amongst my great roster of guests, Senator Tim Scott on the price you pay to being friends with Donald Trump, Sid Rosenberg on the unrest right here in New York City, and the anti-Semitism that is raging, along with the always funny and insightful Jimmy Lissow. One Nation, 10 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday. Meanwhile, on this show, Schumer, Pelosi, and Akeem, the Democrat Civil War just got bloodier. I'm not exaggerating. The Democrats are in a shambles. And James Carville says the party is breaking his holiest commandment.
It's Al Green beating a stick on the floor, or this people holding auction battles. My first commandment of politics is, thine shall not make an ass of thyself. And they didn't follow the Carville first commandment.
Right. Does he have a collared shirt? Meanwhile, Senator Mark Kelly didn't get the memo. Today, he dropped a sanctimonious video about selling his Tesla.
Every time I get in this car in the last 60 days or so, it reminds me of just how much damage Elon Musk and Donald Trump is doing to our country. Elon Musk kind of turned out to be a ball, and I don't want to be driving a car built and designed by a ball.
Right, that's a classy thing for a colonel in the military to say, who's Also an astronaut? Really? He's trying to cut the budget? You don't like him? So let's get this straight. He won't drive a car made by an a-hole, but he'll use the app owned by the very same a-hole to sell his car. That makes no sense. And this guy's officer in the military, supposed to be above it all, above politics. He never ceases to disappoint me. The party is cracked right down the middle as Chuck Schumer defies his fellow Dems in the House and pledges to work with Republicans to avoid a government shutdown.
We'll vote to keep the government open. I believe it is the best way to minimize the harm that the Trump administration will do to the American people.
And he did just that. They voted 62-38 for cloture and then got 54 votes to fund the government through September. Some appreciated the bipartisanship by the name of President Trump. He congratulated Chuck for trying to keep the lights on in the Capitol, saying this: "Congratulations to Chuck Schumer for doing the right thing. It took guts and courage. The big tax cuts, LA fire fix, debt ceiling bill, and so much more is coming. We should all work together on that very dangerous situation." Now, this is one compliment that I don't think Chuck liked, because Democrats are mad at him already. This made it worse. The House is fuming that Chuck actually went across the aisle. He and his pal Nancy may be heading for Splitsville. Listen to this. She's not subtle, calling out Senate Democrats, his leadership, for voting to keep the government open, which you think is a responsible thing to do. Donald Trump, she says, and Elon Musk have offered the Congress a false choice between a government shutdown or a blank check. Democratic senators should listen to the women. Democrats must not buy into the false choice. We must fight back for a better way. Not today, Nance. Nance is not only the only one upset, too. Somebody else, is taking heat, that is Chuck Schumer, for his entire party, as the left feels a deep sense of betrayal towards him.
I think there is a deep sense of outrage and betrayal. Just to see Senate Democrats even consider acquiescing to Elon Musk, I think it is a huge slap in the face.
It is a bad bill. The Democrats in the Senate should vote it down. We should not give a blank check to Elon Musk or President Trump.
Senate Democrats should not be ceding any ground. They are the final sort of line of defense here in the face of this hostile government takeover.
This is a continuing resolution on Joe Biden's budget with a few amendments. What are they even talking about? Senator Kirsten Gillibrand apparently screamed at the top of her lungs behind closed doors about this debate.
This change of heart came right after a heated lunch among Senate Democrats yesterday, in which it sounded like Senator Kirsten Gillibrand screaming at her colleagues about how a shutdown would look for them.
But they knew that a shutdown would be all on the Democrats. They'd be the one to blame. Everyone's going nuclear, including their text chats. Listen to this. House Democrats' text chains, they say, lit up Thursday night with expressions of blinding anger. This according to numerous lawmakers. People are pissed. And Hakeem Jeffries may have lost his confidence in Schumer's leadership.
Is it time for new leadership in the Senate?
Next question.
So, have you lost confidence in him? The fact that you guys see this so differently.
Next question.
I think that is a yes. Not exactly a ringing endorsement. Is going after Chuck a bad idea for Democrats? Hakeem says he's not afraid of anything.
Mr. Leader, why were you afraid to say anything about Schumer when you were asked?
No. Do not characterize.
No, my question was, why are you afraid to say anything?
Do not characterize my remarks. I'm not afraid about anything. Anything.
Then say something. Charlemagne the God says both Chuck and Hakeem have to go.
The party of inaction, the Democrats have failed to protect the interests of the American people. And you know why, Dems suck at messaging? Because they never talking about nothing. And they do nothing. So guess what? To me, they all got to go. Like Dems don't just have a messaging problem. They got a leadership problem. The Chuck Schumers of the world, the Hakeem Jeffries, they should all step down. And any Dem who isn't fighting for the people and standing with the party should be primaried.
Charlemagne, how cold is it in that studio? Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna joins us now. Congresswoman, the fact is, since you guys passed this CR in the House, Chuck had no choice.
Correct. Everything that we've been talking about, the radical hijacking of the Democrat Party, could not be more evident in what's happening right now with the split in the Democrat Party. So we know, look, Chuck Schumer lot of people forget that I think President Trump gave him his first campaign check. So whether or not that influenced his decision to do the right thing and keep the government open, but look, if Democrats voted to shut it down, it would have been on them. It would not have been on the Republican Party. And all I can tell you is that right now in the Democrat Party, I think people like Hakeem Jeffries understand that the very small percentage of radical leftists do not represent the majority of Americans that voted largely in favor of President Trump's platform and policy, which is why he also won the popular vote.
True. He basically had this choice, Senator Schumer. If he said, okay, I'm shutting down the government, the OMB director will decide what to fund, along with the President of the United States. If you think the Democrats are angry about the CR, can you imagine if Donald Trump decides what to fund? We'll talk about that. But I want you to hear how angry and how unhinged Senator Schumer was today. Listen to this.
To have the conflict on the best ground we have summed up in a sentence that they're making the middle class pay for tax cuts for billionaires, it's much, much better not to be in the middle of a shutdown, which would divert people from the number one issue we have against these these people, which is not only all these cuts, but they're ruining democracy.
Bastards. How do you feel about that?
You know, that's the type of rhetoric that gets people hurt. As you know, there's been an increase in threats. We saw just recently that those attacks actually carried over into destruction of property at Tesla dealerships. We know that Elon Musk, and also too, remember, President Trump, there was 2 assassination attempts on his life. But I just want to point out something and say that, look, the one thing as a member of Congress that's the most frustrating is these people, these radical leftists, are now activating disinformation campaigns across the country, actually using fear-mongering techniques, especially on issues of Social Security, saying that, you know, Doge or Republicans are trying to cut Social Security. That's not true, but what we are ending is fraud, waste, and abuse, and we'll continue to do that in protection of those programs for generations to come.
The word is efficiency. You're trying to get efficiency into Social Security. You're not talking about paychecks. Tim Walz, by the way, has made a decision. Correct. He is going to have a town hall in your district in Florida, in the 9th District, the failed vice presidential candidate. Are you worried? Can you put it into words?
You know, I'm not too afraid of him coming to my very Republican district in Pinellas County, but I will say, Tim, if you'd like to look to the sky, I'm sure there's going to be a welcoming messaging for you from yours truly, and that's going to be my hint.
And Congresswoman, I just hope the Speaker leads a charge to do things in a normal order, where you guys go through the budget process, all your committees, you put out a budget after the President gives his template, and come September, we go back to normal. Is that indeed possible?
You know, I hope that it is. The last time we had a balanced budget, I believe, was under Clinton, and that's simply unacceptable. Congress does need to do our job, and I hope that President Trump, with his leadership, as you know, he's the man. The art of the deal is in his blood. So I think if there's one person that can get Congress to do it, it's him. But again, if Congress doesn't want to do their jobs, then people need to consider, firing them.
All right, absolutely. You guys are the majority in both houses. All right, Congresswoman, thanks so much. Straight ahead, a band hombre's worst nightmare, Tom Homan, next. All right, so for years, Democrats said you can't secure the border without Congress. Well then, explain this. Border. The Trump team is delivering on their promises. Trump said the United States would no longer be a safe haven for illegals, and that's exactly what is happening. Under President Trump, 77 gotaways made it across the southern border and northern border, combined. Under President Biden, it was 1,800. And that's not all. After putting up a fight, Venezuela has decided to accept back their prison gangsters, TDA. And those flights back to Venezuela begin today. Remember, we were told that's impossible? And sanctuary cities, cruising for a bruising if they don't play ball with Tom Homan. J.D. Vance vows, he says we're going to go all out to up deportation numbers.
In 6 weeks, we've almost accomplished complete border security. You had places that had 1,500 illegal encounters a day. Now they're at 30 illegal encounters a day. We've cut illegal border crossings by well over 95%. And frankly, I think those numbers are going to continue to come down. So once you get operative control of the border, now you have to ramp up deportations. And Laura, this is another area where Joe Biden has left us with a hole that we have to dig out of.
Meanwhile, the Trump administration is making an example out of Columbia University. The warning, Ilhan Omar's daughter is fundraising for the detained pro-Hamas activist Mahmoud Khalil, and Mahmoud's attorney saying they have kidnapped him.
They kidnapped this man, this young student, father to be in any minute now, based on an accusation that he has the wrong political ideas, and he has expressed them. And this isn't just about him. This is a shot across the bow. This is a message to every university in the country. Last I heard, we were a democracy. This attempt to quell free speech is absolutely terrifying.
Is that quelling free speech or stopping hate speech? Border Czar Tom Holman joins us now. You have so many different areas. You talked about a whole of government approach. Can we talk about the campus unrest? The NYPD has got to be kept on the outside for the most part until the insurrectionists take over a lobby like Trump Tower. What is the plan to stop others like Mahmoud Khalil?
Well, I agree with one point she made. It is a shot over the bow. He's the first of many. They may have got away with that under the Biden administration, but they're not going to get away with it under the Trump administration. When you come to this country either on a visa or you become a resident alien, that's a privilege. But with that privilege comes certain rules. You can't violate law. You can't go out and call for the annihilation of Israel and take over college campus and take over a college building and destroy government property. You can't hand out literature supporting a terrorist organization. So the Trump administration made it clear. President Trump made it clear. We're not going to allow this under this administration. You're going to be held accountable. So again, I'll say this. His attorney ought to read the law. The Secretary of State has a lot of discretion when it comes to someone who says and does things that is in direct conflict with our foreign policy and supporting a terrorist organization. So he was arrested for the right reason. And God help us in the very near future, we get through the court proceeding, he'll be gone. But he's the first of many, Brian. This is going to continue. We're going to set a tone in this country that it's a privilege to be here, and you can't sympathize with terrorists while being on a visa.
And going to his background, number one, he's a 31-year-old student living on campus. Enough with the green card, and we'll see what goes on there. You guys did such a brilliant job after 9/11, tracking down the money of these terrorist organizations. I believe by following the line of money that's funding these protests on these campuses, we might be able to get to something behind there that might even be Hamas itself. Do you sense the same thing? Are you pursuing the funding of these protesters?
Yeah, first of all, this guy here is just not what he said. It's what he did. I want to make that clear. He's done a lot of things. It's just not what he says. So the attorney's wrong on that. It's his actions in addition to things he said. But you're right. This is being funded by somebody, and it's being investigated. And we're going to hold those people accountable too. So, this administration is going to dive deep into anything that's terrorist related. President Trump, the game changer, greatest president of my lifetime, first one to come in and say, criminal cartels who killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined, they're now being designated terrorists. So we're going to take this seriously, and we're going to drive this down. So you better believe we'll open every nick and cranny to find anybody involved in this sort of activity.
I hope it continues, because in New York we've been overrun. About 6 major institutions are pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian, and we've been having to absorb that here in New York. Thanks so much, Tom. I know you got a country to control, but it's hard to imagine a better start than you've put together in these first 60 days. Thanks so much, Tom Holman. Have a great weekend. Meanwhile, breaking news on Trump and Vladimir Putin. Don't move. So Donald Trump's administration is sending a stern warning to the rest of the world. America is back, and we are running the show, and everyone's beginning to fall in line. Case in point, Hamas just announced they'll release the last living American hostage being held in Gaza. Trump was asked about it. Didn't really go well.
Mr. President, obviously you're concerned about the situation in Gaza. What are the hopes now to get the hostages back?
She just became a big story tonight. Right? Yes, sir. Did you see that?
Right. We saw it. You don't hit the president in the face, especially when you ask him a question about the hostages. The good news is they are on track to let him out. Meanwhile, and less than 2 months ago, in the Trump's second term, he's already giving Putin a path towards peace in Ukraine.
I think we're doing well, as you have been hearing about Ukraine. I think we're doing now well with Russia. Speaking with President Putin, we want to get the war over. They've agreed for a ceasefire if we can get it with Russia. It's unbelievable. Right now you have a lot of Ukrainian soldiers that are encircled and in grave danger, and I've asked them not to kill those soldiers, please, not to kill those soldiers. We don't want them killed. It's such a shame to see what's happened.
He's talking about the soldiers that are in Russian territory in Kursk. Meanwhile, President Trump is telling Vladimir Putin to stand down, and he's seeing real movement on the needle to getting the war wrapped up. Well, there's a long way to go. The U.S. has been holding productive talks with Russia, while Vladimir Putin releases his conditions for enacting a ceasefire in Ukraine. Discussions are still ongoing, but Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he's optimistic.
Hopefully we'll convene this weekend. We'll examine the Russian position more closely and determine, the president will then determine what the next steps are. Suffice it to say, I think there is reason to be cautiously optimistic.
Caitlin Dornbos has been delving deeply into this story since war broke out 3 years ago. She's with the New York Post. Caitlin, your reaction to Vladimir Putin's reaction to the offer that emerged from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia?
The audacity. This president has fought to get a really simple, very good peace deal on the table, getting Ukraine to the table, and now Putin has the audacity to say, nope, I want to change the terms. I think it's ultimately it's a rejection of the peace deal. And Donald Trump is smarter than Putin. He's the negotiator in chief, as has been said in recent days. He's not going to fall for this posturing that Russia is doing, and I'm excited to see where this ceasefire deal does ultimately end up.
So, Caitlin, you talked about some of the things that Vladimir Putin responded with. Hey, I want to keep the fifth of Ukraine I took during the war on an unmotivated from his invasion. They want to keep all four southeastern regions. They wanted to militarize zone. They wanted to militarize Ukraine, only 86,000 troops. They also want to make sure they don't go into NATO, and they don't want peacekeeping forces, French and British have been offered, in Ukraine to stop the next invasion. Is this where negotiations starts? Is this typical of the way Putin deals? When he's made offers like this?
He has put all of his cards on the table. He has put exactly what he wants out of the negotiations, ultimately, those peace negotiations that we hope will happen soon. He's put those as part of the ceasefire deal. But this is the brilliant part of President Trump's plan. He wanted a ceasefire to start before negotiations could undergo. This was criticized at first when General Keith Kellogg first talked about it about a month and a half ago. But really, we've seen it come into play. Ukraine signals that they are ready for peace by saying they're ready for the ceasefire. But now Russia can't say the same. And you're rebuking this long strategy that Trump has had, is to stop the fighting. Then we can be adults and come to the table and talk about terms.
Exactly. And Caitlin, there's $300 billion worth of frozen Russian assets in the West. President Trump has a lot of cards to play here. And they have to understand that this might be the off-ramp for a country, Russia, that lost 700,000 people from the battlefield, half of which are dead. It's been a disaster for them. Thanks so much, Caitlin. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Keep working hard. Meanwhile, I'll be on stage next Saturday night, History, Liberty, and Laughs with Fox Nation. They'll be streaming it there. It'll be March 22nd. I'll be at the factory. Please don't miss it.
Who is Abby? Love you. Love you.
Check it out. Check it out. Cutesy time's over. Don't get that. The Bongino rule was in full effect. So this story popped at the New York Post. Secret Service agents protecting Biden's granddaughter opened fire after 3 people tried to break into an SUV. So the reason I waited on this story, and as always, I'll give you both sides, is I worked there and it's very unusual. And I mean very, very, very unusual. Honest to God, I can't even think of a case of a Secret Service agent firing their weapons on a protection detail. I'm sure it's happened. But again, being straight with you, I don't remember it. I was there 12 years. I know a lot of guys who fired their weapons on criminal cases. One of them's a very good friend of mine. He's actually in my book, The Gift of Failure, under a pseudonym. But that happens quite a bit. Well, not that, but it happens enough. On protection, I've never heard about. So, before everyone jumps down any kind of rabbit hole here, because we don't ever want to do what the lefties do, I just want to let you know a couple things. The Secret Service is super specific about discretion about when you fire your firearm. Why do you think that is, Chatsters? Well, for obvious reasons. You're carrying a firearm near a protectee, notably the president and his family most of the time. They don't want you bucking off a shot like it's some kind of like action movie video right next to the president and accidentally hitting him. So we're really careful. Their thing is you're responsible for every shot, which every law enforcement agency is, but they drill that in your head. Even in training, AOP exercises, assault on principal exercises, mock attacks on the president, you let go a sim round, one of those plastic rounds that we shoot out of the firearms, that we train with, they hurt when you get hit with it. You let one go, you didn't mean to let go, they're going to be on your ass. So they're responsible for every round. So these guys, the fact that they open fire says to me something must have happened we don't know about yet. I don't mean it some weird way. You're only supposed to fire your weapons if you believe generally that someone or you are in danger of a serious physical injury or death. It's usually not in defense of property. So there's only 2 possible explanations I see to this. Number one is the protectee had to be in some kind of danger, Naomi Biden, which I have no reason to believe at this point. My sources probably would have told me that already. Or, as my friend Kyle suggested, he's probably right, FBI agent, we were chatting about it yesterday. It could have been some kind of furtive movement. Furtive movement is, these guys are breaking in the car, you got your gun out, whatever, that's our vehicle, police don't move, whatever you say, and the guy goes like this, and, that's my guess. But I wouldn't jump the gun on this story. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but the Bongino rule's in effect until we know more. I don't like commenting on stories I don't know a lot about, because it just sounds dumb, and you can just wait. Then we sound like liberals with their PPT. However, I opened up with that because we waited on this story, and it looks like another Dan Bongino conspiracy theory may in fact be coming true, just like I said. So the photos came out of the cocaine incident. By the way, I just have to tell you in advance, chat. Let me get your feedback. Guy absolutely hates this story. He hates this story worse than any other story known to man. But in this case, it's relevant news. The photos came out of the coke in the White House. And as I suspected, we now have more questions than we have answers. But let's just say a couple of chirping little birdies have told me some stuff that lead me to believe that we're not being told the whole truth. First, Daily Mail has a great article. I suggest you read it. It's in the newsletter today. First photos reveal the cocaine found in the White House. Images of the baggie in a cubbyhole that sparked the investigation. And the culprit still has not been found. Really? We sure about that? Chatsters, let me ask you something. Bongino Army members out there, do you really believe they can't find the culprit here, given all those cameras and the fact that if you look at this photo, you're going to notice something fairly obvious? It appears to be a plastic baggie. Now, listen, I'm not a cokehead, so I don't do cocaine. However, a plastic baggie, Chatsters, is a plastic baggie a porous substance or a non-porous substance? Yes, non-porous, you're absolutely correct. In other words, it's not a paper bag. And by the way, that doesn't even mean you can't get a print. It's just very easy to get a print off a non-porous substance because the oils that compose a fingerprint, loops, arches, and whorls, deltas, the oils that leave the print based on the ridges in your fingertip tend to be raised more on a non-porous substance because they don't sink in. Look at you. Ha! It's overwhelming. You all know and suspect what Big Daddy here suspects, that they know exactly who this is. I don't have to walk you through Fingerprint 101 class, but this is important. A paper substance, the oil from the ridges on your fingers, that's what the fingerprint is. It's basically oils and deposits. It'll sink more into a porous substance like paper or even wood. So it's harder to lift off because it's not as rigid. Look at what we're looking at here. They even have the number of the box, 50. Notice something to the left of the box. What do you guys see? It looks like a little circle. Gee, that looks to me like a keyhole. Now, I'm not crazy, but don't take a leak on my leg and tell me it's raining. A keyhole would mean there is a key. It's meaning someone had to do what? Had to turn the key to open the cubby. So I don't know about you guys. Here's a knife. Someone said a while ago. So pretend this knife here, Dan Bongino show knife, which is just from Silver Stag, a pretty cool company. So what does this knife have? It's made of metal like the key, right? So assume this is a key. So you would grab the key. How would you grab the key, guys? Would you do it like this? No one does that, correct? Because it may look weird on camera, right? So people in the chat, how would you grab the non-porous substance key? Yes, with your fingertips. And you would go. So it's really weird that a non-porous plastic bag that would hold a fingerprint has no prints, that the key on the locker seems to have no prints, and then the metal door on the locker mysteriously seems to have no prints either, which is strange because, you see, I worked at the Secret Service and they have one of the best fingerprint labs in the world. Now, you may say, well, maybe they were working with the FBI on this because of an MOU. The FBI has just as good of a fingerprint lab as well, and I've seen fingerprints pulled off everything from paper checks to keys to car doors. You're telling me on that baggie they couldn't find a fingerprint? Ladies and gentlemen, that sounds to me like what? Yes, that sounds to me like someone just said in the chat. That sounds to me like bullshit. Detective Dan. Thank you. Folks, there is absolutely zero I haven't even gotten to the fact that the cameras obviously saw everyone who came in there. This is... Listen, the guys and the ladies in the Secret Service I know are good folks. The people I still talk to are very patriotic. They love this country. Folks, just like with, last night we had a devastating vote. 9 Republicans voted against impeaching Mayorkas, right? Or it was 8 or 9. Everybody was like, oh my gosh, throw the Republicans under the bus. My first response was, no, throw those Republicans under the bus. Because everyone else did the right thing and voted to move forward with impeachment. We have a people and a leadership problem in the party. Just like we have a leadership problem right now in the Secret Service. Come on, man. Do please, I'm begging you, as a former member and someone who loves the worthy of trust and confidence agency, that's literally their motto. Please don't do to them what the FBI did to their agency and politicize it. You obviously know who did this. That nobody believes that story. There are cameras there. Look at the baggie. This is one of those come on man moments. Now, here's what makes the story even worse. What makes the story worse, folks, is I'm hearing some traffic that not only did they know, but that the person who may have left that cocaine behind was likely leaving it for some member of the Biden family, and it may not have been Hunter. That was not someone who left cocaine behind, that it was in fact a delivery. That person may have been escorted in by staff, may have left it in there, and it may have been some kind of delivery. Is that true? Is it going to turn out? I don't know. It's something that was told to me by someone. I can't think of another plausible theory. Ladies and gentlemen, if you manage to slip cocaine in the White House, obviously leaving fingerprints behind because you're not going to walk in there with gloves on, correct? You don't think agents are going to notice you walking in with rubber gloves on, turning a key with rubber gloves? You understand where that cubby is? It's right in front of a desk at the West Wing entrance where people are. and members of the military and the Secret Service. You think you're gonna whip rubber gloves out? No one's gonna notice?
Shit is getting annoying for real.
I know it is. I know it is. They know who did this. They don't want you to know, because once they find out, everybody's going to run to that person's house, and they're afraid they're going to give up the fact that it was likely a drop-off for a member of the Biden family. I want you to listen to this. This was a segment on Martha McCallum's show at the time. I don't know this guy that well, but Martha McCallum interviewed a guy. He nailed this exact same thing I'm telling you about the fingerprints. This was a drop-off, man. You think you're going to walk in and leave coke behind? If you got it in, you might as well keep it in your pocket. Why would you put it in a cubby? What are you, an asshole? You sneak it in, even if you had it by accident, and then you leave it in the White House with the evidence all over it? Really? Listen to this.
Now we're hearing that you all aren't going to get any information on this investigation until later in the month. If the cocaine was found on a bag, doesn't it have fingerprints on it? And how long would it take to answer that question? Weeks? Days? Hours? Half an hour?
That's just, Martha, that's a great question, because I asked several down in Texas. I asked some of our state troopers, Texas Rangers, and sheriffs, those kind of people who do this for a living for decades, and they all said to me that on very porous surfaces like bags and envelopes, you'll be able to determine within an hour if there's fingerprints on it. Within an hour. By my math, we're 192 hours from the time it was discovered, and yet we don't know, because if there was no fingerprints, they could have told us immediately. So I suspect there are fingerprints, and you can run it through a database, and this was found where high-level aides and staffers are, so most of them were fingerprinted at one time or another, so they very well may already know who it belongs to and aren't sharing with us, and that's my greatest concern and worry.
Yes, the rep from Texas, Fallon's not crazy. The law enforcement guys who told him that are absolutely right. Folks, you lift a print like that. You have to understand that cubby is where a bunch of people are. There's no way you're sitting there and you've got this cubby. You got this, all right, pretend this is the bag. There's no way, like, you leave a bag behind. Why you would leave a bag of coke behind, I still don't know. And then you're sitting there with your shirt like this, and then wiping down the key right in front of a uniform division Secret Service guy, and you think nobody's going to call you out? Here's how I absolutely know the Biden team is freaked out about this story. The Secret Service director now has got to do a better job. They're going to decimate this agency, and I can't have that happen to a place I love. I'm not going to let you do it. Here's Karine Jean-Pierre nearly lost her mind when they suggested it was a member of the Biden family, which says to me, Dipsy do flipperoo, it was definitely a drop-off for a member of the Biden family. Take a look.
As you know, and media outlets reported this, the Biden family was not here. They were not here. They were at Camp David. They were not here Friday. They were not here Saturday. They were not here Sunday. They were not even here Monday. They came back on Tuesday. So to ask that question is actually incredibly irresponsible. And I'll just leave it there. Okay.
Which makes, by the way, the drop-off theory even more likely. Why would you have to drop it off if they were there? Dig? Hey, you got my stuff? Yeah, we left it in the box in the West Wing, number 50. I'll be back on Tuesday, Monday. But how about the Karine Jean-Pierre's reaction says everything. Folks, we're living right now in a police state. Nearly every federal entity at this point has been corrupted at the top. We've got an opportunity in this next election to turn it around. I don't want you to be too negative on it. We do have an opportunity.
Perhaps this is the reason why Ethan Klein doesn't talk about Asmongold and his apologia for certain regimes.
The obvious implication is that I am a Nazi apologist. That's clearly what he's implying. Obviously, you can't say that, because if you say that, it sounds insane and retarded. So the only thing that you can do is imply that and hope that the schizos that watch the video will get the message.
I hate this Nazi scum and everything he stands for. And YouTube keeps showing me his face on my feed. In this country, we kill Nazis!
This was actually a message about asthma by the schizo that is now being investigated for threatening the life of President Trump. And now even more creators have joined the fold.
Our enemies are Nazis. They're evil. They are not people the way that we're people. I mean, we're talking about
He really going off.
not people the way that we're people. I mean, we're talking
Yeah,
about
I got trouble
Elon
with this.
Musk, man. We're talking about the sickest motherfuckers in the world. We're talking about like.
How can you say that you're talking about the sickest motherfuckers in the world whenever you leaked the thing that you leaked?
And see, this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to. When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, like goblins get drawn in porn. You know how they're all like thick short stacks, right?
Here's Fosh, the horse fucking pedophile.
How can you possibly say that?
We're talking about like the denigration of this country on every possible level. Spiritual, symbolic, and practical outcome. They hate you. They would see hundreds of millions of people deprived of health care and basic human rights. Our enemies are Nazis. They're evil, not people the way that we're people.
We got some of these people are just getting radicalized like on a crazy level. Like it's actually bad. He got to dial this down. Not everybody that disagrees with you is a Nazi, man. You just chill the fuck out. Just be fucking normal, man. He's creating more crazies with these rhetoric. It's just, man, like I just.
You know what? It sucks for Assman, but thank God I don't have to deal with the crazy lunatics that are harassing my employee. Wait, what?
Also, Asmongold's editor is a Nazi. Our enemies are Nazis. They're evil.
Guys, I'm sorry, but quick rebrand. Long live Hassan, the first and only political streamer, the pioneer of political discourse, who single-handedly brought politics to the internet. A $200,000 sports car is a vital tool for spreading the message of the working class. A multi-million-dollar mansion, a basic necessity.
And I don't care. I live on this part anyway, okay?
Bows, crossbows, guns, crossbows, guns, bows.
You're driving home after a great night out with friends, when suddenly, flashing red and blue lights appear in your rearview mirror. Your heart begins to pound. I mean, you weren't speeding. You weren't swerving. Why exactly are the cops pulling you over? What happens next could be the difference between you driving away or being detained, searched, or even arrested. I'm Jeff Hampton, former prosecutor turned the people's lawyer, and today I'm covering 5 tricks cops use during traffic stops and exactly how you can stop cops from using these tricks against you. Because when it comes to dealing with the police, what you say and sometimes what you don't say can make all the difference. So let's dive in. Trick number 1, cops will bait you into small talk or they will bait you with them giving you a bad attitude. Now we all know that we're required to have a valid driver's license and insurance in order to drive our cars. So it's a good idea to make sure and have that ready to display to the officers. But when the officer walks up to your window, do you have to actually roll it down? Technically, you are not per se required to roll your window all the way down during a traffic stop. The problem is, if you don't roll it at least somewhat down, police officers have a tendency to now claim that based upon your attitude and your behavior, they are now in fear for their officer safety. They will now use that as an excuse to get you out of the car and perform a pat-down search. How can cops get away with this? Well, technically, they are allowed to do this under the Supreme Court case known as Pennsylvania versus Mims. But how exactly do cops trick you with small talk? You've got to understand, police officers are trained to ask you simple questions that seem innocent. Well, where are you headed? Where you come from? What have you been up to tonight? This is classic small talk. You know as well as I do, cops don't care where you've been or where you're going. So why ask? They are trained specifically to get you to start talking so that they can use anything you say or maybe even don't say as a pretext to get you out of the car and search you, detain you, maybe even arrest you. Whether you realize it or not, the moment police officers start asking you questions, you are actually being investigated. And anything you say can and will be used against you. Now, this may seem just like small talk to you, but it's important that you realize at this stage during a traffic stop, the police are not required to read you your Miranda rights. Many people are shocked to learn that. Now, we all know that we have a right to remain silent. This is many times referred to as our Miranda rights. The problem is, police officers are not required to read us our Miranda rights right there on the side of the road during a traffic stop unless 2 requirements are met. Number 1, we must be in custody, meaning not free to leave. Okay, we must be detained. And then secondly, we must also be actively interrogated by the police, which is precisely why you should never open your mouth during a police encounter. Now here's why small talk is so dangerous. Small talk almost always leads to police officers asking you very direct questions that require a yes or no answer. During that's what we call interrogation. When they do this, your small hesitations about exactly what to say when the officer starts to interrogate you can now actually be used against you as a sign of guilt in court. For example, admitting to almost anything, even if it's not illegal, could end up getting you arrested. Here's a great example. Let's say an officer asks you where you've come from, and you say you were just out with your friends and you were at the restaurant. And let's say he asks you, okay, what were y'all doing? Y'all just socializing, having something to drink? And let's say you admit you had a single drink with your dinner. It's almost a 100% chance the moment you admit to having had anything on a drink, that will be used as a basis to investigate you for DWI and potentially either cite you or arrest you for the offense of driving while intoxicated. Now, what if cops bait you or trick you by giving an aggressive attitude in your direction? You have to understand that this is a tactic, a trick used by the police. I've seen officers do this when they don't like someone, and they do it trying to get a rise out of the person driving. So let's say you're driving and you don't like the attitude from the officer. He's doing it specifically hoping you will respond with a bad attitude. Be careful here. Do all that you can to resist the temptation to respond with anger or frustration. If you respond, raising your voice, or doing anything that might come across as aggressive, the officer will use this as a pretext to claim now that his officer's safety is at risk. He'll get you out of the car to search you, detain you, or maybe even worse. So how do you stop cops from using this trick against you? Number 1, don't fall for the small talk trap. Exercise your right to remain silent. Then number 2, don't let cops trigger you by giving you an aggressive attitude. Do all that you can to resist the temptation of responding back with anger. Trick number 2, cops will then try to use your silence against you. This is a classic trick that cops use. Let's say officers start asking you specific questions and you just decide you're going to say nothing. Amazingly, police will then use your lack of cooperation against you and take your silence and attempt to use it against you in court as a sign of your guilt. Now, I'm going to be frank with you. This makes no sense. We all know that we have a right to remain silent in the face of police questioning. The problem? In the cases of Salinas versus Texas and Burgess versus Tompkins, the Supreme Court, in their infinite wisdom, decided that your right to remain silent means nothing unless you first break your right to remain silent and then open your mouth and unequivocally say, I exercise my right to remain silent. This is truly a trick and a Fifth Amendment loophole cops will use against you. So how do you stop cops from using this trick against you if you want to remain silent on the side of the road? You must first invoke your right to remain silent by opening your mouth and saying, Officer, I exercise my right to remain silent. Then don't say another word. Otherwise, your silence will be used as a weapon against you in court by the police. Trick number 3, cops will use your movements in the car against you if you're not careful. So if we're careful about what we say and we protect our silence from being used against us, what about our movements in the car? Now this is a dangerous situation because if, let's say, the main officer, the primary officer, is walking up to you on the driver's side, and then there's also an assist officer circling back around over to the passenger side, and they're looking through the windows. If they see you reach over to the center console or maybe over to the glove box trying to grab something, get ready for things to get very tense and they're going to draw down on you. At a minimum, the cops will guaranteed they will force you out of your car and they will perform a search on you in the name of officer safety. So how do we protect ourselves and stop cops from using our movements in the car against us? Number 1, do not keep your insurance or other documents in the center console or in your glove box. Number 2, always keep your hands on the steering wheel the entire time the officers are talking to you at your window. Number 3, never make any quick movements in one direction or another, or have a sudden change in your demeanor or attitude. If so, cops will use this as a pretext now, where they're going to claim that they are in fear of their officer's safety. They will get you out of the car, escalate the situation, and perform a search. Finally, number 4, if you must reach for your ID or your driver's license in your wallet, or you have to reach over to grab documents from some other place in your car, make sure you first ask, tell the officer what you're going to do before you do it, and move very slowly in the process. Otherwise, and I've seen this happen so many times, otherwise the police will not give you the benefit of the doubt, and this can turn into a very tense situation, maybe even a tragic. Trick number 4, cops will try to make you believe that you should just let them search you if you've done nothing wrong. Let's be clear, you have an absolute right to refuse your consent to search your vehicle when dealing with the police. Now, if you do refuse consent to search your vehicle, get ready for the police to demand that you step out of the car. Now, I touched on this briefly, but police are allowed to get you out of the car to perform that search under the Supreme Court case of Pennsylvania versus Mims. Under Mims, police are allowed to get you out of the car if they can, quote, provide specific articulable facts establishing you placed their, quote, officer safety at risk. Now, this sounds like cops should be required to provide a substantial amount of evidence to claim that their safety is at risk in order to search you. In reality, that's just not the case. Most courts have allowed almost any reason for police to search you in the name of officer safety. Now, if they get you out of the car, be very careful with anything that you say or do on your way out of the car. One example of this, let's say you're getting out of your car, and as you step out of the car, they could grab at you and try to pull you back towards the back of the car, and you get kind of offended by that, so you pull back. I've seen officers use that response as a basis to now arrest you, claiming you're either resisting arrest or detention. Now it allows them to arrest you and now perform a search incident to arrest. Also, be very careful brushing up against the officers or having any direct contact with them, because if the officer already has a negative attitude in your direction, You brushing up against them or accidentally bumping into them could be a basis for them to claim that you had committed some type of crime, like attempting to assault a public servant. My point, be careful when the officers get close to you. You will never be given the benefit of the doubt if there's any contact between you and that officer. Now, once you're out of the car and standing there on the side of the road, this is a great time to tell that officer you exercise your right to remain silent and would only be happy to answer questions from the officer with your lawyer present, which is your right under the Sixth Amendment. We've been covering how to stop cops from tricking you during a traffic stop, but did you know that con artists and hackers are trying to snoop on you? I was hacked and I know how this feels firsthand. Hackers are sending very sophisticated emails to your inbox and calling you, trying to bait you into phishing scams to gain your personal and financial information. Marketers and hackers are tricky. They find ways to buy my data and my contact information from campaigns I've signed up for in the past. The reality of it is it's impossible to live in this digital age without sharing information with companies. Whether it's signing up on websites or making trusted purchases online, you can never know for sure if your purchases are safe and secure because even trusted companies send out notices all the time informing you your data was compromised because they were hacked. To make sure you are not victimized, this is where Incogni steps in. They are one of the best in the business at doing one thing: monitoring and removing your name from those lists. They work tirelessly to remove your information from these marketing lists, and they ensure it gets done if that company refuses to comply. I wish I had learned about Incogni to protect my privacy and my information online. I made that mistake once and will never make it again. So that's why Incogni has a special offer for all of us. The special link attached here and in the description below provides you a huge 60% discount, and I can personally vouch this is worth looking into and investing in. Check out the link below and take advantage of this great offer. Now, let's check out the next trick cops will use against you during a traffic stop and how you can stop them. Now be aware, cops may try to trick you here by claiming you don't have a right to a lawyer during a traffic stop. That is absolutely not true. You always have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and a Sixth Amendment right to counsel. So don't fall for this police trick where they try to make you feel like you don't have a right to a lawyer during this part of the traffic stop. So once you're out of the car and you're standing there on the side of the car, this is the place where the police will ask for your consent to search your car. So what exactly are your options? Number one, you could just consent to the search. Now, I would never do this, but if you think you have nothing to worry about, this is a possible option. But beware, the moment you give consent, you consented to much more than a search. You consented to being on the side of the road for as long as they want to literally, and I mean this, tear apart your car to search for anything they want because you told them they could. Now look, there is a maxim under the law known as consent cures all. And I know some people don't understand this, but I've seen police officers literally rip apart the insides of a car, and after they didn't find anything, they just left everything sitting all over the ground for the owner to have to put it all back together. The moment they start searching, things can be twisted and manipulated, and they can take as long as they want there on the side of the road, all because you said yes. The point I'm making is you don't get extra credit for giving consent to search to the police. If anything, you are penalized because cops are counting on you to be naive and to believe that you have nothing to worry about and nothing to lose by giving consent to a search. Your consent not only allows them to tear apart the inside of your car, but it also gives them the ability to take whatever they find, even the things you didn't know about inside your car, and build a case against you. So what's your other option? Well, number two, you could refuse consent to search. And by doing this, you put the pressure back on the police to establish what's known as the motor vehicle exception to the search warrant requirement. What is this? To search your car, cops must either have your consent, which we now know we will never do, see something in plain view just sitting out in your car, or number three, they must meet all the requirements of the motor vehicle exception to a search warrant. The motor vehicle exception was first created by the United States Supreme Court in the 1925 case of Carroll versus United States. In order to search your car under the motor vehicle exception, the police must meet all four of the following requirements. Number one, probable cause. Now look, the cops don't have to prove with absolute certainty that there's evidence in the car, but they must have some level of proof here, a minimal level of proof to establish some type of criminal activity is taking place. The problem is, that's why cops try to bait you with the small talk or the aggressive attitude, because if they can get you out of the car under officer safety, it makes it easier for them to establish probable cause. So remember, the more you talk, the more you interact with those police, the easier it is for them to meet number one requirement, probable cause. Number two, the vehicle must not be on the curtilage of your property. Now, as a quick reminder, what is the curtilage of your property? Well, it's the area immediately surrounding the inside of your home. So like your front porch, maybe your carport area, maybe around your backyard area. If you are parking your car there, that becomes a problem for the police to be able to meet the motor vehicle exception. So if cops did pull you over and you were on the curtilage of your property, the only way they could actually search the inside of your vehicle now is that, number one, they'd have to have a valid search warrant, or they'd have to have your consent, which you're never going to give them. Or they must have what's called exigent circumstances. Exigent circumstances would have to be some type of emergency situation that would say evidence is about to be lost or destroyed, or that you somehow were about to drive away in the car. Number three, the vehicle must appear that it can run and drive. The Supreme Court used some terminology. They said that the vehicle must be apparently mobile. The court used that language because the cops only have to prove that it appeared capable of driving, not that it actually could operate and drive. Finally, number four, cops must search in a manner that would only be allowed under a valid warrant. In other words, whatever the cops claim they had probable cause to search for, they are only allowed to look in places where that item could be reasonably located. For example, if cops claimed that they had probable cause to look for something illegal in luggage, let's say they're looking for luggage in the car, they couldn't then go digging through the center console of the car because luggage can't fit in the center console. In other words, cops can't just go looking in any nook and crevice within the car if the thing they claim they're looking for couldn't fit there. Now, what if cops don't have probable cause under the motor vehicle exception? Are there any other tricks that cops can use to still be able to get inside your car and perform the search? That brings us to our next trick. Trick number 5. Cops may threaten that they will go get a drug dog and make you sit on the side of the road unless you consent to a search. Beware here. This threat by the police is nothing more than a trick. Why? Because under the Supreme Court case of Rodriguez versus United States, the Supreme Court said, and I quote, "Unless police have reasonable suspicion of a crime, it is an unconstitutional seizure for them to extend the traffic stop in order to conduct a dog sniff." The court went on to say that dog sniffs at traffic stops are considered searches within the Fourth Amendment that require probable cause, and police cannot use a drug dog to obtain that probable cause unless they already had reasonable suspicion. And here is a very important key point to remember here. If a police officer has already written you a citation or a ticket as a basis for that traffic stop, their authority ends at the moment they hand you that ticket. So what if it takes the cops 2 or 3 hours to get the drug dog out to your car to perform this search? In that situation, the Supreme Court has said that is an unreasonable amount of time to be held on the side of the road because they only have the authority to hold you there to write you a ticket. So that would now be an illegal search, a violation of your Fourth Amendment rights, but only if you refused consent to search. Now, some of you may be thinking, I'm not worried about this. I don't have anything in my car. And if they want to run a drug dog around my car, I have no problem with it. I just want to warn you, drug dogs are notoriously unreliable. Now, the amazing thing is drug dogs don't really have to be trained for the substances that they're searching for. In fact, in Florida versus Harris, the Supreme Court said that even if a drug dog is not trained on a substance that they alert for, that the police can still use this as probable cause, and it does not negate the drug dog's reliability in court. The harsh reality is that drug dogs are just not all that accurate. In fact, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals has admitted evidence against people for crimes where drug dog reliability has been as low as 43%. Now, I don't know about you, but giving consent to a drug dog search is nothing more than an open invitation for a dog to scratch up my paint job and to get inside my car and tear up the inside of my car for no reason. So how do you stop cops from holding you on the side of the road for a drug dog search? First, record the entire encounter with the police during the traffic stop. Number 2, do not consent to the search no matter what the police say. Number 3, ask repeatedly if you are free to leave the scene. If police say that you are not free to leave, you are now establishing proof positive that you are in custody, you are being detained, and you are not free to go. And it makes it that much easier for your attorney later to bring a cause of action showing that your Fourth Amendment rights were being violated, and if they attempt to try to perform a search on you, anything they find could be potentially thrown out in court. Finally, remain calm. Don't give the cops any reason to try to aggravate the situation further and to further limit your constitutional rights. But what if you do everything right during this police encounter and cops arrest you anyway? Whatever you do, don't run and don't resist. These are the 2 worst things you could possibly do. Cops may have a very difficult time bringing an actual criminal charge against you once you've been arrested. But the moment you resist or you try to flee the scene, you make it very easy for the cops to be able to bring a charge against you that will stick, all because there was an emotionally charged situation and you panicked. By resisting or thinking you can talk your way out of the arrest, you're playing right into the trap that the cop has laid for you, for them to be able to detain, search, and ultimately arrest you and bring a criminal charge against you. Remember, the number 1 goal during a traffic stop is to end the encounter and drive away safely. Now, we just covered the 5 tips to stop cops from tricking you during a traffic stop. But what if instead of a traffic stop, the cops pulled you over to check to see if you had a gun? Check out this next video where I break down how to stop cops from checking your gun during a traffic stop. See you over there.
What you're proposing, or what the president is proposing here, does not sound like it's in keeping with American tradition when it comes to immigration. The Statue of Liberty says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses. You're angry, breathe free." It doesn't say anything about speaking.
When a corrupt anti-Trump judge humiliates J.D. Vance in court, he
According to the researchers over at the Department of Government Efficiency, otherwise known as DOGE, it appears that hundreds of millions of dollars worth of PPP COVID loans were given to children. Specifically, over the weekend, the official DOGE account on Twitter, the official DOGE account on X released the following statement, quote, in 2020 through 2021, the Small Business Administration granted 5,593 loans for $312 million to borrowers whose only listed owner was 11 years old or younger at the time of the loan. While it is possible to have business arrangements where this is legal, that is highly unlikely for these 5,593 loans, as they all also used a social security number with the incorrect name. Now, the roughly 5,600 loans in question here come in one of two types. They were either PPP loans, which stands for the Paycheck Protection Program, or they were part of the EIDL, which stands for the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program. Both of these two programs extensively during the years of the COVID pandemic in order to, you can say, essentially prop up the economy. In particular, the PPP loans were quite attractive to business owners given the fact that if you took a PPP loan and you used that money to pay your workers instead of laying them off, then the entire loan would actually be forgiven by the Small Business Administration. And actually, it's worth mentioning that even before DOGE began digging through all the data under the Trump administration, there's actually been extensive research which has shown that these PPP loan programs were heavily abused, with many people just starting up fake businesses, getting the money from the government, and paying themselves in the form of a nice fancy car, nice vacations to Miami, and things like that. That type of a scam was already well known. But what the DOGE team is uncovering now is that an unrealistic number of young people were also signing up for these loans. Nearly 5,600 loans, totaling roughly $312 million, were handed out to businesses whose listed owners were 11 years old or younger. And this announcement of theirs, by the way, came just 4 days after another revelation regarding old people. Quote, in 2020 through 2021, the Small Business Administration issued 3,095 loans, including PPP, Paycheck Protection Program, and EIDL, Economic Injury Disaster Loan, for $333 million to borrowers over 115 years old who were still marked as alive in the Social Security database. In one case, a 157-year-old individual received $36,000 in loans. And so, just to reiterate here, the government's own internal records show that over $300 million was given out to borrowers over the age of 115. Now, you might be wondering, how many people over the age of 115 live here in America? Well, alongside that statement from DOGE, you had a corollary statement released by Elon Musk, which included the following chart here. The chart, it shows the number of people in the Social Security database who have their death field marked as false, meaning that according to the government, they are recognized as being alive. And according to the numbers, there are well over 10 million people who are apparently over the age of 120, which might make sense. I mean, America is a strong country with good healthcare. It's expensive healthcare, but it's good healthcare. However, given the fact that the oldest living person on Earth right now, at least officially, is a 116-year-old Brazilian woman, well, it's unlikely that there are any people in the U.S. over 120 years old, let alone 10 million of them. And so what all this adds up to is that either American entrepreneurs run the gamut of age, going from well under 11 years old all the way up to 115 years old, and they're all collecting these small business loans, or there's something else going on here. Either some kind of fraud, or perhaps just database mismanagement. More than likely, both at the same time. The DOGE team stated that they are now working alongside the Small Business Administration to resolve these issues. If you'd like to dig deeper into what they've uncovered thus far, I'll throw some of my reference notes down into the description box below, which I should mention is that same description box right below those like and subscribe buttons, which I hope you smash so that this content can reach ever more people. Now, let's switch gears a little bit and move on over to Washington, D.C. Shortly after midnight on Sunday, March 9th, there was a confrontation near the White House, which ultimately resulted in Secret Service agents shooting a man who was allegedly armed with a gun. The shooting took place near the intersection of F Street Northwest and 17th Street, which, as you can see from the map, is located very close to the White House Plaza itself. Basically, the only structure between that intersection and the Oval Office is the Eisenhower Executive Office building. However, there is also a small army of Secret Service agents as well guarding the president. Here's specifically what happened according to a statement that was released by the U.S. Secret Service. Quote, earlier on Saturday, local police shared information about a suicidal individual who may be traveling to Washington, D.C. from Indiana. Around midnight, members of the Secret Service encountered the individual's parked vehicle near 17th and F Streets Northwest. They also saw an individual on foot matching the description nearby. As officers approached, the individual brandished a firearm and an armed confrontation ensued, during which shots were fired by our personnel. The suspect was transported to an area hospital and his condition is unknown. There were no reported injuries to Secret Service personnel. Now, as of this moment right now, no further details have been released regarding this quote-unquote suicidal individual, such as, for instance, why in the first place he was on the U.S. government's radar, and also how they know that he was, as they called him, suicidal. The D.C. Metro Police, they came out and they said that their investigators within their Internal Affairs Division were probing the incident, and further details will be released to the public later. Regardless, though, it is perhaps worth mentioning that at the time of the shooting, President Trump was actually not in the White House. He actually wasn't in Washington, D.C. at all. He was at his Mar-a-Lago home over in Florida for the weekend. However, having said that, it appears that there was actually a separate incident down in Mar-a-Lago within the same general time period as this D.C. shooting. All right, just to pause here for a super quick moment, I'd like to introduce today's sponsor, which is Home Title Lock. Look, if you own a house in America, then you are already getting robbed by the government in the form of paying property taxes every single year. And frankly, there's nothing you can really do about that. However, you can protect yourself from a growing crime that the FBI calls house stealing. Here's how it works. A criminal, they can forge your signature on one single document, pay a very small fee, and file that document with your local recorder's office, and that's it. Just like that, your home title has been transferred to their name, and they can do things like take out loans against your equity, or they can even sell your house behind your back. And you won't know any of this is happening until you're checking your mail and you start getting either collection notices or foreclosure notices. And so this is where Home Title Lock comes in. Their $1 million triple lock protection helps keep both your home and your equity safe. It comes with immediate 24/7 monitoring of your property. If anything does happen, they issue urgent alerts for any changes to your title. And if somehow fraud does happen, their US-based restoration team will spend upwards of $1 million to fix the fraud and restore your title to your name at no additional cost. And the best part is that for our viewers, Home Title Lock will give you a free title history report so you can see if you've already been a victim, and they will give you access to your own personal title expert, which is a $250 value just for signing up. And so head on over to HometitleLock.com and use promo code Roman250 to take advantage of this offer. Again, that's promo code Roman250, and also throw all the details regarding their services down into the description box below. You see, on Sunday, March 9th at around 1:15 p.m., Air Force fighter jets intercepted a civilian aircraft that was flying in restricted airspace near Mar-a-Lago. According to a statement that was put out by NORAD, which is the North American Aerospace Defense Command, the civilian aircraft was immediately intercepted and escorted out of the area by F-16 fighter jets. Here's specifically what the statement read. And by the way, the title of the statement has a huge typo. It says aircraft instead of aircraft. If anyone from NORAD is watching this, I would highly recommend you fix that ASAP. Regardless though, here is what the relevant part of the statement said. Quote, NORAD F-16 fighter aircraft responded to a general aviation aircraft over Palm Beach, Florida on March 9, 2025. The civilian aircraft violated the temporary flight restriction at approximately 1:15 p.m. The aircraft was safely escorted out of the area by NORAD aircraft. During the intercept, NORAD aircraft dispensed flares, which may have been visible to the public. The flares were used to draw attention from or communicate with the pilot. Flares are employed with the highest regard for safety, burn out quickly and completely, and pose no danger to people on the ground. Meaning that if you happen to have been in Palm Beach on Sunday and you saw some weird lights in the sky, well, it might have been these flares telling that pilot to either turn around or just get shot out of the sky. However, from their statement, it appears that this incursion in Mar-a-Lago airspace was accidental and without ill intent. And also, NORAD goes on in their statement to mention that since Trump's second inauguration, they have responded to well over 20 such incursions in Palm Beach. For instance, they mentioned that just this month, quote, on March 1st, NORAD F-16 fighter jets intercepted 3 civilian aircraft violating airspace restrictions over Palm Beach at different intervals. The fighter jets fired flares at 2 of the aircraft, and all 3 were escorted out of their restricted airspace. And then furthermore, 2 weeks before that, you had, quote, another airspace violation was reported on February 18th. NORAD said that the civilian aircraft was intercepted, flared, and escorted out of the area. And so, due to these large numbers of encounters, you had a statement come out from the commander of NORAD himself, General Gregory Gillet, who said the following, quote, adherence to the TFRs, which are the temporary flight restriction procedures, is essential to ensure flight safety, national security, and the security of the president. The procedures are not optional, and the excessive number of recent TFR violations indicates that many civil aviators are not reading the notice to airmen before each flight as required by the FAA, and has resulted in multiple responses by NORAD fighter aircraft to guide offending aircraft out of the TFR. And so, what all this adds up to is that if you happen to be a Florida civil pilot watching this episode, well, consider keeping up with the notices to airmen in order to avoid finding yourself in a situation where you're suddenly surrounded by F-16 fighter jets ready and willing to blow you out of the sky if you don't turn around fast enough. If you'd like to read either about this shooting that took place in Washington, D.C., or these incursions that have happened more and more frequently over Mar-a-Lago, I'll throw all my reference notes down into the description box below this video for you to peruse at your own leisure. And then, until next time, I'm your host, Roman from the Epic Times. Stay informed, and most importantly, stay free.
Have you been paying taxes all this time without needing to? So tax season is almost upon us here in the U.S. The Congressional Budget Office projects that the U.S. government will collect $2.6 trillion in individual income taxes in 2025. During tax time, you may hear or read about how the 16th Amendment and the right of the U.S. government to collect income taxes is unconstitutional and therefore illegal to collect and should not be paid. From William Benson's book, The Law That Never Was, claiming that the 16th Amendment is not legitimate for many reasons which we will cover in this video, to Erwin Schiff and the tax protester movement, arguing paying federal income tax is voluntary, down to the U.S. Supreme Court itself, declaring the income tax law unconstitutional in Pollock versus Farmers Loan and Trust Co. Many will claim that for any or all of these reasons, the U.S. is stealing from its citizens. So, have you been paying taxes all this time without needing to? We're going to go through these arguments and put them to the test. And by that, I mean read the actual wording of the Constitution, amendments, and tax code, and see if there really is any merit in these arguments. I find oftentimes that many tax protesters know the arguments about why we shouldn't have to pay taxes, but don't know the actual Constitution. It's good to know both. It all starts with Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution. While the main focus of this section of the document is on the lawmaking process and the requirements of Congress, it also has a dedicated portion to money, taxes, and collection. And pirates. Everyone forgets about pirates being referenced in the U.S. Constitution. Article 1, Section 8 states this: the Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. So this gives Congress the general power to tax. It also requires that indirect taxes, like tariffs, be applied uniformly across all states to ensure no state is favored over the others. The other important portion that mentions tax is in Article 1, Section 9. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. This originally required direct taxes, such as property taxes, to be apportioned among states based on their population. And this is where all of the trouble stems from. If you're wondering what the heck is a direct tax and what does it mean to be apportioned among states? A direct tax is a tax that is one levied directly on individuals without the need for an intermediary. These are often taxes on property or wealth. The Constitution required that any direct taxes imposed by Congress must be apportioned or divided among the states based on their population, meaning that if Congress needed to raise, say, $100,000 in direct taxes, each state's share of the tax would be in proportion to its population as determined by the U.S. Census. California would have the largest chunk, being the most popular state. In the middle would be states like Georgia, having to pay 3%, and states with very few people, like Alaska, who pay less than 1%. This is how taxation worked before the 16th Amendment. Now, before the 16th Amendment, the federal government relied mostly on tariffs or import taxes and excise taxes, which are taxes on goods like alcohol and tobacco, to maintain the government. It's crazy to think our federal government back then had a budget that was maintainable by these simple taxes, considering how overtly large and wasteful our government is today. But that's all that was really needed to run the ship back then. As the U.S. economy grew and became more industrialized, the federal government needed more revenue to fund public services and infrastructure. Then the Civil War happened, ballooning our government debt by 4,000%. This led to some drastic changes for our country and government. The first big change was that Congress passed the Revenue Act of 1861, which introduced the first federal income tax in U.S. history. It was a graduated income tax based on income levels, ranging from 3 to 5%. Now, they sold this income tax as a temporary wartime measure and promised to revoke it after the war. The other major change that we saw was the IRS being created in 1862 by Abraham Lincoln to enforce these tax laws. The IRS is an agency under the Department of the Treasury and operates under laws passed by Congress. The income tax was not easy to enforce. The tax system was complex and required a robust infrastructure to assess and collect taxes from individuals, businesses, and landowners. Eventually, Congress moved to repeal the 1861 income tax in 1872. The war was over, the government had sufficient revenue from customs duties and excise taxes and no longer needed the income tax. And the questions regarding the constitutional legality of income tax were now avoided when it went away. But as the economy continued to evolve and economic inequality grew larger and larger and total business monopolies became a thing, the people themselves began to demand an income tax. You heard that right. If the government is mainly collecting taxes from tariffs and excise tax on alcohol and other goods, in this example, $1.10 tax for each gallon of whiskey, that means a farmer who earns $500 a year pays the same amount as the Monopoly guy who makes $50,000 a year or more. And as Monopoly Man grows wealthier and wealthier, the $1.10 tax becomes completely negligible for him. All the while, the farmers or laborers are actually paying a larger portion of their wealth to these taxes. So yeah, the common man was going to pay 2% of their annual taxes on these excise taxes anyways. Now with an income tax specifically targeting the wealthier citizens are now going to contribute their fair share. So in 1894, Congress passed the Wilson-Gorman Tariff Act, which included a 2% income tax on high earners only. And this is a very small percentage of citizens that had to pay this. We're talking 1 or 2% of the people, and everything was rainbows and sunshine for about 9 months. Then the Supreme Court struck down parts of the 1894 income tax law in a landmark case called Pollock versus Farmers Loan and Trust Co., ruling that income tax was a direct tax under Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution. And if it's a direct tax, then according to the Constitution, it must be apportioned by the states. And if this can't be done, then the income tax law is unconstitutional. Now, the ruling here made it nearly impossible for Congress to impose an income tax effectively. And when the Supreme Court makes up their mind, that's that. The only thing that can overturn the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court itself. They do this with some regularity, most recently when they overturned Roe v. Wade. The other way to overturn the Supreme Court's ruling is to change the Constitution through the amendment process. Now, the old ruling is based on the old document, not the updated document, and we need new rulings. So President William Howard Taft called for an income tax amendment in 1909, and shortly after, the 16th Amendment was proposed and ratified in 1913. It states, "The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived, without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census or enumeration." This overturned the Pollock decision and ensured that income taxes could be levied without apportionment. After which, Congress did their thing, quickly passing the Revenue Act of 1913, imposing the first modern federal income tax. And that is the brief history of how we got here today, the year of our Lord 2025, in
Hey Siri, text Tanya, love you. Are you?
Hey, sweetie.
Yes.
Excuse me. What does it mean? What?
I wasn't saying what I was saying. I was gonna say, what are you doing? And you interrupted
Oh, I
me.
said, okay. Well, so anyways, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
In case if I will be able to downgrade my patient early, they told us as an option I can go home. Do you want me to go home or do you want me to stay the whole shift?
Whichever you like.
That sounds promising.
Whatever you prefer, sweetie. You could come home, or if you want to make money.
This Saturday, we can make a date night since you don't have to be tomorrow to work.
Yeah. Okay. Are you downgrading your patient?
I'm trying to. I'm working hard on it. Pretty successful so far.
Yeah.
But, all right. Okay, honey.
Love you.
I love you too. Bye.
This is trash. That's trash. That's trash. Trash.
workers detained in viral ice arrest. Yeah, it's going viral. It's going viral. Honduran.
Video of an Indianapolis arrest by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is going viral, with many saying ICE agents went too far. Agents forcibly removed two...
They said ICE agents went too far. Shouldn't you say these people in our country illegally went too far? They're in our country illegally driving. They don't know the language. They're probably going to work a job. Why is it just the ICE agents went too far?
Honduran men from their van during a traffic stop. But it's not clear what probable cause led to the stop or the arrest. News 8's Raina Rebel breaks down the video, which some community members say illustrates that the escalating crackdown on undocumented immigrants is happening in Indiana right now.
Yes, Tim. Well, this viral video shows ICE agents getting into a tense confrontation with two men on February 28th. Their loved ones say they were just on the way to work around 9 in the morning when they were pulled over at the intersection of 29th and I-65.
Police, open the door! Yeah, okay. Open the door!
This is the moment ICE agents confront two Honduran nationals in their car. The agent in the plaid shirt grips the passenger's wrist and aims a weapon at him. The frightened driver records the scene, pleading in Spanish to know why they've been pulled over. The agent...
That's a red flag. They pleading in Spanish? Bad.
Don't answer and just keep demanding they open the door. Tensions rise as officers from ATF and Homeland Security party arrive. That's when the passenger is forcefully removed from the van and pinned to the ground. The footage was posted by a friend of one of the men. She says she was shocked at the immediate use of excessive force.
Well, you gotta use force. That's excessive force when someone refuses to get out of the car. If someone refuses to get out of the car, they have to use some level of force to remove you from the car. Yeah. Do you consider that to be excessive force?
The men who came to this van, they didn't read them their rights. They kept asking what they did, and
Didn't read them the right. Hey, usually when cops are this aggressive, when the cops are these cops are very aggressive. Yeah, they got a warrant. They pulling you over for a reason. Yeah, they got a warrant. If it's ICE, this is ICE. Yeah. I've had cops that stopped me and you. We just got a military. And we got in a car, they had us at gunpoint. Yeah, because that was we that was gang unit. They thought we was two suspected murderers is what they said. We fit the description. Yeah. A couple black guys in there just did something.
they weren't telling him anything. They were saying bad, not so great words in Spanish to these men when they were asking like what they did, and they were trying to comply. I mean, if anything, they should have said, "Hey, we're pulling you over for such and such. This is what we need you to do." And none of these men had weapons. Like, I don't understand why they would have weapons drawn on these people.
Public records show that neither man faces criminal charges from the traffic stop. I spoke with the passenger's wife, who says her husband entered the U.S. on a possibly expired work permit and does
Possibly? Oh, I think his work permit is expired. Like they don't know they're in the country legally. Yeah.
not know why he was targeted. She is hoping for his safe return, as he is the main provider for their family and supports treatment for their handicapped 3-year-old daughter.
It's been well known that in Indiana, the ICE agency for our location is severely understaffed. So raids have not been happening, but we also haven't heard really much action other than them picking up people with detainers at the jails. And that's kind of the rhetoric that's been being pushed at the state house as well when we're hearing the.
All right, shut up. So I looked up other videos about what happened. Right. They're not telling people why he's getting yanked out of his truck. Listen to this.
Nobody wants to see someone they care about in that position.
They were both detained by ICE and taken to detention centers where they currently sit. Kennedy says Jose's family is still working to figure out exactly why they were arrested. Immigration attorney John Broyle says after looking through some documents, it appears Jose had a warrant for not appearing in immigration court.
There you go. That's a felony. But the other video from the other news station, they didn't go into that. Yeah. Yeah, if you got an immigration court date and you don't show up for that, oh, you on the list. Oh yeah, they're coming to get you.
He was issued a removal order.
Was served with what?
They had a warrant for not appearing in immigration court, where he was issued a removal order.
Was served with what is called a notice to appear. That starts or initiates the removal process against somebody who's in the country and who's not authorized to be here.
As for Amner,
he's what we would typically refer to as an incidental. I mean, Abner is...
Collateral damage is what he was, the other one. You know, the other guy? Yeah.
Is subject to being placed in removal proceedings. He is in the country undocumented.
Broyle says although none of this is uncommon, he says it does have an impact on the community.
Anytime you have something like this that goes around, it just creates a lot of fear. And it's fear because I think mainly people don't understand the process.
Kennedy says Jose has a wife and a 3-year-old daughter and was working.
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah. But you know the consequence when you came here legally and started a family. Yeah. Like if I break the law, or any American citizen break the law, you won't get separated from your family. Yeah. So I don't know why we want to give them special empathy or sympathy for these people when they know damn good and well they're in the country illegally. Yeah. I'm gonna go to the other video, the comments that wouldn't tell you the full story. Yeah. Find their employee $10,000 per day per illegal. Yeah, that would end all of this. That would do it. That's what would do it. That would fix this problem overnight. Yeah. If Trump came out and said anybody that hires an illegal immigrant, you're fined $10,000 per day. No, not per day, per hour. Yeah, whatever, something. Yeah, it would end all this. getting pulled over. Let's be real. Yeah. If they stayed in Honduras, they wouldn't have this problem. Possibly expired work permit equals illegal. Yeah. If they get out of the car and obey, it won't be that way. Yeah. Yeah, it's just common sense. But they tried to paint this story like, oh, the ICE agents is doing something wrong. Right. Now you're in this country illegally. Yeah. Yeah. That's funny, man. A white guy that comes to deport you has got a blonde mullet. That is perfect. Oh well, sucks to be you. But that sounds like a you problem that you created for yourself. Yeah, you know? Yeah. I feel for you. Man, y'all came in for a better life, but you're in our country under false pretenses. You're not even, I don't even think people from Honduras, they fit the prerequisites to be, seek asylum because it's all economic reasons. Yeah, the reason why they come. Yeah. It's hard if you come to our country illegally for economic reasons, it's very hard for you to get, your papers to stay here. Mm-hmm. But if you're from Venezuela, Cuba, Ukraine, it's a lot easier for you. The path to citizenship is a lot easier. Yeah, but these people, how they painted this story, y'all be ashamed of yourself. Yeah, yeah. Y'all know good and well why they snatched them dudes up out the car. They're here illegally.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining me once again. We're back in the garage today doing a little work in the background over here. I just wanted to hop on here real quick and talk about what's going on. Could smog be going away? It's really looking like it can. There's so many things happening in California. There's so many things happening in the United States that are really, really giving me hints that we might be getting rid of smog soon. There's a Senate bill right now in the legislature that's making its rounds or trying to make its rounds. Senate bill, it's 712. Now, what that's gonna do is gonna repeal or make smog exempt any vehicle that's 35 years and older, which would bring it around 1990, I believe. So anything 1990 and below will be under smog exempt like we currently have with the 75 and below. I mean, that's ridiculous because why would you stop at 90 when in 94 was the first OBD2, 90 and 94, it's only 4 years and there's still OBD1. Anyways, that's a whole other conversation. But they're trying to repeal it. This has a lot of backing. It's getting a lot of buzz because Jay Leno is part of it. He's backing it because, in Southern California, we really are, a car, the car culture is huge here. And if you own anything that's 90 and below, unless it's fuel injected, you got like an 84.
Yes.
So Lyra wants to, she talked to the Lucas and his mom is okay for his dad gonna pick her up and they go get food and they come back in the house. They're gonna eat together in our house and then he will take him home I think he will take him home and then if you can drop Lyra to Mina's house is the one in Roseman.
What?
So she can spend there the night and tomorrow morning I'll pick her up. Sounds like a good plan, Mr. Saper.
Okay.
Okay? Alright, love you. I gotta go.
Love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Or 70-something Chevy truck or Ford truck. Sometimes it's very hard to get those to pass smog. My 80 El Camino had his issues, but we worked them out. But anyways, there's a Senate bill going around that looks like it's getting a lot of traction because there's a lot of buzz, a lot of talk behind it. So another thing going on is there's a new head of the EPA. We got a new president. We got a new head of the EPA, Lee Zeldin, and they came out with something that's very, very interesting. They came out with the Transportation Freedom Act. There's a few key things in this act that they're trying to get passed through Congress. It's going to repeal the EPA's extreme tailpipe rule. It's going to end arbitrary CAFE fuel economy standards. That has something to do with the auto manufacturers. Prevents California and other states from dictating national emission standards. You guys all know that if you have a car in California, there's a thing called California emissions, and there's a 49th state. Parts for California emission vehicles are very, very expensive. Cat converters, stuff is just more expensive because I guess they're more stringent. Well, they are more stringent. They're not, I don't guess. They're more stringent on the way they measure emissions, so the parts are more expensive, all that. So what this is going to do is going to take California's ability to make rules for the rest of the country. That's kind of cool. It revokes the zero emission mandate stable emissions and fuel economy standards for the whole country. Will that end the smog program? It still remains to be seen, but it's a good step in the right direction. But more than anything, whether it takes it away or not, what they should do is give us common sense smog or emission standards, right? You can't expect a car that has no support, that most of the parts are obsolete. You can't expect that car to run in tip-top shape, especially like some of these older emission-controlled vehicles, computer-controlled vehicles. Yeah, I mean, computers are made to fail, and you can't fix those. You can't rebuild them. Nobody wants to touch them. Some of them are 1 year only, like my El Camino's a 1 year only emission system. So when those parts run out, which they're more likely are going, I mean, obviously they're going to, right? It's an old car. When those parts run out, there's no way I can fix it. There's no way I can smog it again. If I fail like a EGR valve, which I think they have EGR valves. If I fail like an EGR valve or a secondary air diverter valve or something, and I can't get another one.
Breaking right now, some promising news. Potentially, I want to caution when I say this, but some possibly good, good omens out of Russia right now, because you know, of course, that Marco Rubio came forward just yesterday around this time. I was live with you and announced that we had reached an agreement with Ukraine where they were willing to have a ceasefire, and that was really important to Donald Trump. They weren't going to get anything else from the U.S. until they agreed to a ceasefire, and so then this was put forward to Putin. And bear with me here because the clip's about a minute or so. Let's just listen to Putin speaking out moments ago about this potential ceasefire with Ukraine, and he sounds rather optimistic about it. So this could be some very good news indeed.
As for readiness of Ukraine for the ceasefire, I'll tell you my estimation of this. But first of all, I would like to thank the President of the United States for paying so much attention to regulating the conflict in Ukraine. Of course, we all have lots of current issues to deal with, and the chairman of China and the Prime Minister of India, heads of states of Brazil and South Africa, they are dealing with this issue, and they're paying a lot of attention to this, and we're grateful for this. And we're hoping that their activity, we understand that their activity is aimed at reducing loss of human life in the conflict. Second is, we agree with the proposals for the ceasefire, but our position is based on the assumption that the ceasefire would lead to a long-term peace, something that would remove the initial reasons for the crisis. As for the readiness of Ukraine to ceasefire, there's a meeting between Americans and Ukrainians in Saudi Arabia, and it looks like a decision that is taken by Ukrainian side under American pressure. In reality, I'm completely convinced that Ukraine had to ask Americans insist on this based on the situation on the ground.
Okay, so that's being brought to us. Thank you, Sky News, having that news coming to us live. Putin actually speaking out on that here moments ago. I want to show you because the President of the United States also just responded to that, and he's basically saying, look, the ball's in Russia's court right now, and it would be really pretty darn disappointing if they're not able to agree to this.
America 2025, a nation standing at the edge of a political battlefield. With President Donald Trump back in the White House for a second term, Washington was in a state of upheaval. The streets of D.C. buzzed with the energy of a country split down the middle one half, celebrating a triumphant return. The other half mourning what they called the death of democracy. But beneath the headlines, behind the podiums, and away from the cameras, something far more insidious was at play. The so-called progressive movement, once roaring with self-righteous fervor, was crumbling under the weight of its own hypocrisy. The party that had spent years shouting about accountability, integrity, and justice was now being exposed one scandal at a time. And at the center of it all, a name that had become both an icon and a cautionary tale, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. For years, AOC had been the poster child of the radical left, a fearless crusader, a firebrand who built her career on speeches about fairness and equality. But the tide was turning. The whispers had started. The kind of whispers that ruined careers. The kind that could bring down an empire. And there was one man who knew how to listen. Logan Shaw didn't chase headlines, he created them. A veteran investigative journalist at the New York Sentinel, he had built his reputation on exposing the untouchable. He had taken down corrupt senators, unearthed billion-dollar fraud schemes, and survived more threats than he cared to count. In Washington, the truth wasn't just buried, it was actively suffocated. But Shaw had a habit of digging deep enough to make sure it saw the light of day. Still, even for him, this one was different. It started with an email. No sender, no subject. Just a plain text message with an attachment, a folder labeled AOCSCANDAL, and a single ominous sentence. Find Miguel Torres before it's too late. Shaw leaned back in his chair, his instincts kicking in like a reflex. Miguel Torres. The name didn't immediately register, but what did was the document attached. A few keystrokes later, his screen was filled with something that could set Capitol Hill on fire. AOC, the same congresswoman who never missed a chance to lecture Americans on the importance of law and order, had allegedly hired an illegal immigrant as her campaign's chief of staff, paying him a generous $80,000 a year. Shaw let out a low whistle. Well, he muttered, rubbing his jaw. Looks like somebody's been playing by their own set of rules. This wasn't just a scandal, it was political dynamite. AOC, the so-called champion of justice, had, if this document was real, not only violated federal law, but had done so while standing on her moral high ground, preaching about ethics and accountability. The hypocrisy was staggering, but Shaw knew better than to take things at face value. Washington was a cesspool of misinformation, and he'd learned the hard way that a well-placed lie could do just as much damage as the truth. If this was real, if AOC had truly committed one of the most brazen violations of federal law as a sitting congresswoman, then the fallout would be seismic. There was only one way to find out. Find Miguel Torres. Whoever sent that email knew something. And Shaw wasn't about to let the biggest story of the year slip through his fingers. He cracked his knuckles, clicked open a new browser tab, and started digging. Washington was about to get very, very messy. Logan Shaw had been in the game long enough to know when people were scared. Real fear wasn't loud. It didn't come in angry denials or dramatic outbursts. It came in silence, in the way people avoided eye contact, in the hesitant pauses before answering a simple question, in the way their hands gripped their coffee cups just a little too tightly. And right now, every single former staffer of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was terrified. Shaw had spent the last 24 hours making calls, chasing leads, and knocking on doors. Nothing. Most either refused to speak or claimed to know nothing, a phrase that, in Washington, usually meant they knew far too much. The first call had been to Daniel Green, a low-level campaign aide who had once been active in AOC's digital strategy team. The guy had picked up after the second ring, but the moment Shaw mentioned Miguel Torres' name, the line had gone dead. That was the pattern. The moment Torres came up, people shut down. It wasn't just avoidance, it was calculated fear. Shaw sat at the counter of a quiet Georgetown cafe, flipping through his notes. Every scandal had a pattern, a trail of breadcrumbs that led straight to the truth. Right now, the pattern was clear. Miguel Torres had been an essential piece of AOC's operation, And the moment things shifted politically, he had vanished into thin air. That wasn't coincidence. That was deliberate. And then finally a break. A new message pinged into his encrypted inbox. No sender. No signature. Just a single line.
To my friends at like
Possibly.
5.
Possibly.
And I'm spending the night.
I know, your mom already called me.
Okay. So you know about Lucas coming here too?
Mm-hmm.
超兴奋地宣布，我刚刚在热狗皇家赌场赢了。
Connor just gave me the biggest, what are we doing as we played that cold open. That's just, I explained this J.D. Vance meme thing to you that's happening right now. It's partly what brain rot on the internet is. It's just kind of ridiculous. It's not worth analyzing. Hello, I'm Dave Rubin. This is the Rubin Report. It's March 13th, 2025. We are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, and Locals. I think we're going to have a very, very, very brief post-game show at RubinReport.locals.com today because I'm on John Bachman immediately after, but we do have a Rubin Report community Q&A coming up, so we will be answering your questions, and you can try to get some in on the fly, and we'll do our best to accommodate everybody. We are going to get you caught up on the news before we get to the community Q&A. We're going to have a bunch on tariffs and the trade war that's happening with Canada, a bit on China, and then really, I would say the big story of the last couple of days is that finally, we decided to kick out one of these Hamas-supporting, green card-having, anti-American, anti-capitalist kids from Colombia, and the left and the Democrats are going apoplectic. The same people who have not said a word about the kid who grew up in New Jersey, who is now in a tunnel somewhere under Gaza, are freaking out because a kid at Columbia, a Syrian national who has been at Columbia, who has been supporting terror and violence and stopping kids from going to class and occupying the school and everything else, he's getting kicked out and having his green card taken away. And Marco Rubio gave one of the single best answers to a question I have ever heard a politician or a member of an administration give yesterday, so we'll get to all that. Let's start with the big trade war and the tariffs, and everyone's freaking out. Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank, he's a Canadian, and he's become one of Trump's biggest supporters at the moment, and he's a great communicator. That's why the guy's been on television for years, putting aside all the business success that he's had. And here he is talking about how America and Canada, if we can get through this rough patch, if we can make things more equal so that we're not getting screwed on all of these trade deals and everything else, meaning that they're not tariffing the hell out of our goods and services that we're sending over to Canada, and things are more equal, that we can have a beautiful union where some of us will eat French fries with ketchup and some of us will eat French fries with poutine.
The signal that Trump's put out multiple times is what an incredible economic union could be formed if we eradicated tariffs and joined the two economies, not buying the country and just making Canadians Americans. Sovereignty's off the table.
I don't want to rewrite the words that Trump himself has said out of his own mouth. He said two things. He believes in an economy that is powered by tariffs. He believes in tariffs, not that it's a negotiating tool. He wants the tariffs because he wants the money. The second thing that he said is that, you know, who knows if this is real, but he keeps repeating it. He wants Canada to be the 51st state. So why are you asking us to ignore what Trump is saying?
Because you've been watching Trump for 12 years. From all that comes an interesting opportunity. In Canada, you've got the United States of America, the largest consumer market on earth, and Canada, the richest country on earth with everything everybody needs every day. You don't have to buy the country, and they're not selling their sovereignty, but if you get an economic union with no tariffs, and maybe a common currency, and maybe a common passport, and maybe something that could be done around making sure that everything is equalized, China will never catch up.
All right, first off, again, this thing that it's always worth reiterating, when someone is telling the truth, they can speak calmly and it's not over the top. And I know that facts don't care about your feelings, but you can kind of feel it, right? Now remember, he is a Canadian. So do you think he's trying to sell Canadian sovereignty to the United States? Like, I don't think so. I don't think so. What he's talking about is eradicating tariffs. Trump's whole point with laying tariffs on Mexico and with Canada specifically, remove China from the equation for the moment, is that we are getting screwed in the tariff war, meaning that they are putting massive tariffs on the goods that are imported into Canada, and we don't put massive tariffs on the things that we import from Canada.
Trump ultimately wants to eradicate tariffs. There's very few, well, I suppose there's somebody, but I don't think there's that many people who know much about economics that want trade wars and tariff wars. We'll tariff you more, you'll tariff us more. The idea of applying the tariffs is so that we can eradicate the tariffs, so we'll have even trade throughout. That's number one. Number two, you know, for a long time there's been the debate about who's the most racist person on television, whether it was Joy Reid or Sonny Hostin. And I think I did beat Megyn Kelly by default because Joy Reid's no longer on television, although Megyn Kelly's argument was she won because her lady got fired for racism. I leave that to you, the viewer. Abby Phillips, the host of this show, I don't know that she's racist per se, but she seems like the dumbest person on television. She seems very afraid of every word that's coming out of her mouth, and as if she doesn't believe it. But also this idea that Trump said something. And if you don't think his answer was so right, have you heard a word that this guy has said in 12 years? Trump floats ideas to get conversations going. So that's what he's doing with the tariffs, with the goal of eliminating tariffs altogether. If you take him literally it's a negotiating tactic. It's just incredible these people don't understand it. Here is Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick explaining that even more. And this is really fascinating, and I'm shocked that the lefties aren't on board this one. Trump wants to eliminate taxes for anyone who makes less than $150.
Is to have external revenue. You know, the way I think about it, we all are so used to paying taxes. We're so used to it. We have like Stockholm syndrome. You know, don't stop the Internal Revenue Service, God forbid. How about this? The rest of the world leans on our economy, breathes off our economy. Not only is our economy $29 trillion GDP, but we consume $20 trillion a year. We are the buyer of everybody's stuff. We buy everybody's stuff. So who's more important?
At this point, you would think that as many times as they continuously keep coming back at Scott Jennings, you would think that the Democrats absolutely love the truth, because that's the only thing Scott Jennings presents to them is the facts. He just, shout out to Sensei Scott Jennings, just slicing them up with the facts, cutting them up with the truth, you know, and they're here to get, you know, cut up like some hibachi or something. Like, I just don't get it how they keep challenging him. Like, you're gonna lose every time. Like, Scott Jennings is literally gonna Thanos snap you out of existence every time. I just don't get it. Cutting up like hibachi was the best thing I could come up with in the moment. Anyways, I'll think of something better another time. Shout out to the King Squad. Smash the like button. Hit subscribe. I appreciate you guys. Hope everybody's doing great. Having a great and awesome day. And let's get right into this clip here.
Yeah, y'all gotta bench Elon, man. y'all gonna have to bench Elon. Elon is not gonna be long for this world as a major American political figure. I watched his interview with Fox. He said, during the interview, he said, I don't know why I have to do this. He's annoyed at the perch that he is on right now and the way he's being perceived. He's opened himself up to a level of scrutiny that I don't think that he's going to be able to bear. I don't think so.
Well, his companies are certainly having a hard time.
Well, listen, I don't think we're going to have to pass the hat for Elon Musk. The guy's worth $300 billion. Do the math. If he put his money in tax-free government bonds, he would get $15 billion a year without touching the principal. So these setbacks that people are so concerned about, I wouldn't worry about it. I think it's patriotic what he's doing. I think that he's a disruptor. I think he is looking for fraud, corruption, and waste. And you know what? If we find fraud, corruption, waste, and we end it, then we have more money for hospitals. We have more money for education. We have more money for infrastructure. Is that a bad...
Wow.
I'll tell you what it's not. Let me tell you what it's I'll tell you what.
They don't want to hear that at all. They're like, man, forget that. Okay, because they're corrupt themselves. You know, they're not here. They don't care about the American people. They're not here looking to, you know, destroy the corruption and all that kind of stuff, and, you know, put the American people in a better position and all that kind of stuff. They're like, nah, man, you can forget all that. Just give us the money and call it a day, okay? Let us do what we want to do. You give us money, and we going about our day.
What is bad and what is not patriotic is calling Mark Kelly a traitor. He called him a traitor today for having gone and visited Ukraine, which many Republicans and Democrats in Congress and in the Senate have done in the last several years. Mark Kelly is a naval aviator. He flew missions in the Gulf War. He has logged over 5,000 hours flying for the Navy. He then went on to be the pilot for the space shuttle. He serves in Congress. Elon Musk has absolutely no right, who has never served this country, who serves a president who made up a story about bone spurs so he could avoid the draft, has absolutely no right to call Mark Kelly, who is a patriot, who has served this country to the point of risking his life, and calling him a traitor. That is something we should all
I don't like that kind of language from either side, and it's gotten out of hand. I think that the discourse now...
I've had to do this a lot of times on the show, but like, I guess it's very easy to say either side to every single thing, but in response to what she said, what do you say about what Elon has to say?
Well, first of all, I would never denigrate somebody who served our country and call them a traitor unless I had material evidence that they were actually a traitor. So I think that Elon Musk is not a politician. He's not somebody that is what we would say politically astute. But I think he serves a great purpose in uncovering fraud, corruption, and waste, and I think it's a patriotic act on his part.
Look, I spent 5 years in City Hall working on government efficiency projects, and here's my advice for Elon. It's one thing to talk about efficiency, but what people actually care about, as you know, sir, as a local official, they care about efficacy. So if you look on the Doge board, it just shows how much they're cutting from the federal government. How about a board that shows how long passport times are taking, that shows how quickly people in the Veterans Affairs are getting their benefits? That's what people actually care about. And if he does that board and shows he's making progress on that, that's showing that government is actually working for people. I think everyone here can get behind that.
Scott?
I think on the entitlement issue, which you played, the president is in charge. He has made it perfectly clear he is not touching Social Security, Medicare, and even Medicaid, other than to say if there is fraud in any program, he'd like to root out the fraud. That's period. He's the president. The buck stops with the president. He's been clear about that since he started running in 2015.
I mean, Republicans are getting ready to cut a lot from Medicare.
Well, you call it cuts. They're calling it could be slowing the growth of the program or rooting out fraud, but that's different.
I mean, here's the reason I have a lot. And I have a lot of reason to doubt what you're saying because.
Let me tell you something. There's a huge able-bodied population in this country that should not be on welfare. That is a true story.
Okay, first of all,
that's actually not true.
Hold on a second. Welfare is not.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't know how Scott Jennings does it. I could not be in a room full of these individuals. Could you guys do what Scott Jennings is doing? Drop down below in the comments, okay? And they're not cutting Medicaid. Trump is not cutting Medicaid. All right, it's like they just, where is the brain at? Please, there's something called a brain, that should be in between your ears, in your head. But I don't think these liberals have it. I just don't. Trump is getting rid of that corruption. He's getting rid of the fraud. Okay, there is a lot of people on these government benefits that should not be on it at all. Okay, and that opens the door. That breeds laziness, and that opens the door for more people to say, okay, well, why do I have to work hard? I could just live off the government, and that's not what it's there for. So they're like, you know what? No, we're going to shut all that down, and only the people who actually need this stuff will get it. Okay, so the American people will continue to get Medicaid, but it's the fraud that's getting shut down. I just don't understand how they don't get that.
The biggest driver of this, actually. But what I'm saying is that Doge has put all this money on the board. They've said, oh, this is waste, fraud, and abuse. And when you really look at it, they're just programs that Elon and the president and random 20-something-year-olds don't like. So when you say fraud and abuse, there's not a lot of evidence.
The first word is usually waste, and they consider it to be waste.
Do you think they are not actually doing that? When Congress authorizes money for a program, or a program is duly authorized, that's not waste, fraud, and abuse. It's just something you don't like.
Everybody wants to find waste, fraud, and abuse until somebody actually does.
Do you think people...
This is the problem. This is the problem. They're actually saying, okay, maybe this is waste.
Hold on for a second.
Washington,
that's untrue. It's been done. The Clinton administration was able to put together an
30-something years ago.
Right, but the point of it is the way that they... It's been done, but the way that they went about it was to study...
Oh my gosh, do you hear how much they're stuttering? Old cowboy over here, he's speaking in vowels, A-E-I-O-U. He's just, that's what happens when you try to address Scott Jennings right there. He done forgot how to speak English. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. And then this one,
What a shame. Anyways, let's go.
6 months, and then to take a longer time to understand which government jobs needed to be rooted out. You fired a bunch of people, you ended with a budget suck that's been done. It's just the way that you guys are doing it.
I know. And the way that we're doing it is that you don't want us to do it. In 2019, we spent 4.4 trillion as a government. Last year, we spent 6.2 trillion. The government's gotten more expensive and much larger over the last 5 years. The only question Republicans have is, does it have to be this large and does it have to be this expensive? That's the question. And Elon's finally trying to cut into it, and the Republicans in Congress need to help.
You guys should start it in your own house because your president drove up the deficit as much as anybody ever has, maybe more than anyone.
And why?
So
what happened at the end of Trump?
So then,
Any memory of it?
I do remember. Even before this, though. Even before that. Everybody's got Google. So the reality of it is this. If no one is against, no one that I know, is against finding ways for fraud and abuse in the government. However, the way that you go about doing it, you don't play with Americans' lives, you don't play with their jobs, you don't do things haphazardly where you have to fire people. Then
can you name one thing you do differently?
I think I
like what? If you say
so now you're gonna make me in charge of those.
No, I'm asking.
Okay.
You say you're against waste, fraud, and abuse.
We are not going to make you in charge of Doge. We do not trust you with Doge.
What would you consider the government to do that's wasteful today?
Okay, well then what I would do if I was looking for waste, fraud, and abuse is I would start in the Defense Department and at the Pentagon. I would start with the Defense Industrial Complex of America, and I would look there.
I think Elon and you were in agreement on that.
Well, he hasn't.
They
so
are.
The question is, when are they going to get around to it? Because they're
President
starting
already told them to
firing
do it.
park rangers.
One of the other
They
things,
already started looking at
you
them.
started your comment by saying the president's in charge, he's not going to touch Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. That's where all the money is, Scott, which is why
we're fighting over 28%.
No, he said he wasn't going to cut entitlements.
No.
They are going to look for fraud in Medicaid. They are going to look for
I'm telling you what Scott said. Scott said that he wasn't going to touch it. Elon said, correctly, that's where all the money is. So if you guys actually want to produce savings, you are going to have to touch it.
Actually, we started this. We started this segment. We started this segment talking about the fact that the president's closest aide, the guy who's attached at the hip to him, Elon Musk, called an American hero a traitor today.
Okay, but you said that already.
No, because you haven't condemned it.
What does that got to do
Because that's what this segment was about, actually. And you haven't condemned it instead. Because you want to talk about something else instead of condemning what is condemnable.
I will say that Bruce did, well, maybe I shouldn't go so far as to say condemn, but you said that you do not condone that kind of language.
Bruce basically said chill.
So he did say that. But
let's talk what this is actually doing. I think the people who are paid to ID bodies of people killed in action who can't work right now are not waste, fraud, and abuse. I think that these kind of things that we're seeing, the people who oversee our nuclear stockpile are not waste, fraud, and abuse. These mistakes can't happen. It's too critical to our
The
country.
veterans who we promised we would protect.
We will never spend unless some administration has the guts to see this through. We will never ever spend less. We will never have a smaller government.
I take
everything
your
has a
point. I take
constituency
your
in
point
Washington.
about finding the spending that you want to cut, but I think there's no question, even Republicans agree. We talked about this last week. This has been done in a haphazard way to the point where the president himself had to hear it from his cabinet secretaries who were asking, what's happening at the VA? Why are you cutting all these people? The transportation secretary said they were trying to cut air traffic controllers.
I hope the cabinet. I hope the cabinet and Elon
they had to speak up
work
because
well together. The
it
cabinet
wasn't
just
being
got
done
there, but ultimately, this is not a conversation that can be put off forever. And I feel like this is what Washington does. They try to just push it back as far as they can, and then we'll get the next guy in, and maybe it won't happen. That's how you go from $4.5 trillion to $6.2 trillion.
Republicans have begun saying that.
Yeah. They don't want to hear any of that. They don't want to hear any of that. You know, ultimately, I'm convinced that, you know, Trump said it himself where he could come out with cures for multiple diseases. He could you know, establish world peace and, you know, put America in the greatest, most economic prosperity it's ever seen ever, and the Democrats would still find a reason to be mad. Okay, he could make America the safest it's ever been in its entire history of its existence, and they would still find, you know, a flaw, and they would still find a reason to be mad. I just think that they're still hung up over, they're still pissed off at the fact that Trump is in power, and that, you know, there is actual change coming to everything going on. You know, the corruption is getting exposed. Okay, we're coming after the fraud. All right,
What are you doing, Bruno? Okay. Okay. You have to wait. Yes, but in Roseman, so it doesn't get cold.
guy in that chapel, by the way, Target change.
Hello.
Hola.
Hola.
What are you doing?
Same old, same old.
Same old, same old. Okay. I'm going on lunch.
Are you?
It's already super nice in here, like, but so much water around because, what is it called? The heavy rain yesterday.
Yeah.
So we have so much water everywhere, like all our like little area where we have plants and everything just drowned.
Yeah.
So, but right now I'm on lunch and Andrea, the other ICU nurse, and after that we're gonna have really fast downgrade.
Got it.
So then we can make something tasty and have a really nice romantic dinner.
Yep.
That's a hint.
Yeah. Where are we going?
Huh?
I said, where are we going?
Nowhere. That's the whole thing. We're gonna be home, watching TV, and have romantic dinner. I want a pina colada though. I was going to ask you to see if we have a rum, Captain Morgan white rum. If you, and I know you don't want alcohol, but I can make pina colada.
Hello.
Very weird connection. It's just, I don't know. We have problems all day long.
It's the weather.
Mr. Maybe it's related to the weather or something.
It's the weather.
You know what I said?
Something.
Yeah, so I said that I wanted the pina colada, but I want an alcohol drink, but I can make for you non-alcoholic pina colada, you know?
Yeah.
But I just need that you look it up and tell me if we have a white rum, because I don't remember that Captain Morgan or whatever name of it. When you have chance, okay?
Send me a text message.
Text message if you're gonna look it up, if you have it.
What it is, so I don't forget.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
You doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. How was the weather home?
I don't know. Windy.
Windy? Okay. All right. Well, I love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye. Hey Siri, what's 3046 minus 2149? Hey Siri, what's 12,000 minus 3046? Hey Siri, what's 8,954 divided by 800?
They're not illegal aliens, these states. Why are they suing? They don't have to battle with citizenship, they're states. So illegals can file a claim if they're unhappy with this interpretation. They drop an anchor baby here, and then that guy probably went back and fought in the Taliban. That's a long plan. Sheesh. Supreme Court, you might not like Trump's citizenship ban on birthright citizenship, but it's bigger than that. It's about this nationwide injunction, which is undermining the entire system. President Trump and the Trump administration go into the Supreme Court. This one's over birthright citizenship, a very important issue. The question being, do illegal aliens who break the law and come into this country illegally, who then have children and plop them here geographically in the United States, do those babies have citizenship under the 14th Amendment? Now, for a long time, American law has just presumed, yeah, I guess it's so. And that, in my opinion, has never been accurate. We always have had a question about this phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. If you're subject to the jurisdiction of the country, that means you're abiding by the laws. You're a legal person here with legal residency, legal visa status, or some other basis to be here lawfully. But if you're illegal, you're not subject to the jurisdiction. You're violating the jurisdiction, and that child does not get the benefits of your unlawful behavior. We'll see if that argument makes its way into this. But Trump is filing this to the Supreme Court of the United States. And we're waiting on this because we have a question about injunctions. And you've seen this all over the place. Judges in D.C., this case is currently emerging out of Massachusetts, but it's been D.C., it's been San Francisco, it's been all sorts of other locations. And the question is, can one local judicial district issue a rule that blankets the entire country? How can one district court judge have more power than the President of the United States and override the President's lawful order empowered by the American people? It seems problematic. So this is coming from Sarah M. Harris, Acting Solicitor General, taking this up to the Supreme Court, knocking on their door. This is an application for a stay of the injunction. So Trump issued an executive order, said, guess what? If you're an illegal alien here, you have a baby, your baby is not an automatic citizen. That dumb rule that has been applied by default is no longer in effect because we're interpreting the 14th Amendment appropriately. A district court judge in Massachusetts said, you can't issue that order. Who do you think you are, the president of the country? Now they're asking for a stay on the injunction that is stopping this from going into effect, meaning every single baby that pops out is another citizen. So we've got the parties, we know who they are, of course, the Trump administration. We've got a bunch of other states who are suing in this one, right? A bunch of blue, whiny baby states. New Jersey and Massachusetts, California, Colorado, D.C., Delaware, Hawaii, sex-free Corona, Maine, Maryland, Minnesota, Nevada, Rhode Island, New Mexico, New York, Vermont, Wisconsin, and San Francisco County is also there. Now, this has been working its way through a bunch of different proceedings, okay? So a bunch of stuff and kind of companion cases. They're referencing a bunch of other things that are related because they're filing lawsuits in multiple jurisdictions. And most of those jurisdictions have said, well, the kind of default presumptive rule is that those babies ladies count. So here's what they say now. As this works its way to the Supreme Court knocking on their door, we want them to accept this. Here's what we've got. They say, all right, Supreme Court, this is President Trump and the Trump administration speaking, saying, hello, court. We are here now, respectfully applying for a stay of the nationwide preliminary injunction that was issued by Massachusetts. We're appealing this up to the First Circuit, but we need this to be stopped now. The government is also filing similar applications from other locations across the country. We're seeing various circuits come up with different opinions, and now they're time to bubble up to the Supreme Court. They say from the following paragraph onward, all three applications are identical. Okay, we're going to be submitting one in Washington, one in Maryland, and elsewhere, but they're all basically the same. They say, all right, court, these cases, which involve challenges to President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship, raise important constitutional questions with major ramifications for securing the border. But at this stage, the government comes to this court with just a modest request. While the parties litigate weighty merits questions, while we work our way through this in the lower courts, the court here, Amy Coney Barrett, should restrict the scope of multiple preliminary injunctions that purport to cover every single person in the country. So do something about that, okay? We're going to work our way up on the merits on the other things. We know how much you hate it when we jump over the Court of Appeals, but we ask that you limit those injunctions to parties that are actually within the court's power. One judge in Massachusetts can't issue a blanket rule for the whole country. Framework saying 3 district courts in Maryland, Massachusetts, and Washington have issued overlapping nationwide injunctions at the behest of 22 states, 2 organizations, and 7 individuals, all the blue people. Now, those universal injunctions prohibit a day 1 executive order from being enforced anywhere in the country as to hundreds of thousands of unspecified individuals who are not even before the court nor even identified before the court. And these overlapping injunctions prohibit federal agencies from even developing guidance about how they would implement the order that actually is lawful. Yet 3 courts of appeals refused to limit that sweeping interim relief to the parties actually before the courts, meaning other people who are not even named in the lawsuit are getting a benefit of this lawsuit. They're not a part of it. Your Honors, at the Supreme Court, and what we're seeing here is they're including Gorsuch in a concurring opinion. They say, Your Honor, listen, Supreme Court, this is hardly the first time that individual district judges like this guy have entered injunctions to govern the whole nation from their courtrooms. Gorsuch mentioned that. Such universal injunctions, the type of which we've been seeing here, though a relatively new phenomenon in the era of Trump, have become ubiquitous, posing a question of great significance that has been in need of the court's attention for quite some time. Now, the reasons are familiar. Universal injunctions are legally and historically dubious. That was a 2018 case at the Supreme Court, and someone else said that they are patently unworkable. That was Judge Gorsuch. Judge Thomas also joined in on that in 2018 and 2020 on a concurring opinion. They say this is ridiculous. Universal injunctions transgress constitutional limits on the court's powers, which extend only to rendering a judgment or decree upon the rights of the litigants. You got to be a party to the lawsuit. That's why in a class action, they bundle you together. There's a special process for certifying the class. And if you want to change the law for everybody, you can run for office, or you can petition your legislatures to make that change. You don't get to sue and have a judge do that. That's the court acting as a legislative body, not as a judiciary. Gorsuch was joined by Thomas and Barrett. Oh, what's up, Amy? They're calling you out. You agreed with them in this prior case that this was a problem in United States versus Texas 2023. Amy, we see you, I believe. Yeah, Amy Coney Barrett, right? Yeah. Concurring in judgments. Universal injunctions are also incompatible with foundational limits on equitable jurisdiction. So it's not even valid in the courts of equity. Alito joined in that one with Gorsuch and Thomas and Kavanaugh. Okay, so now you add in Barrett plus Kavanaugh plus Gorsuch plus Thomas plus Alito. We're getting to good numbers. And Amy, you should accept this case and do something about it. Universal injunctions, like all of these judges have been doing, blue judges, compromise the executive branch's ability to do its job, carry out its functions, as administrations of both parties have already explained. Now, universal injunctions, Supreme Court, couldn't be more true, have reached epidemic proportions since the start of this current administration. Courts have graduated from universal preliminary injunctions now to universal temporary restraining orders, cutting them off before it's even getting to a preliminary injunction. They've gone from universal equitable relief to universal monetary remedies. And they've gone from governing the whole nation to governing the whole world. We can't even have any say in foreign policy now. District courts have also issued more universal injunctions and TROs during February 2025 alone than through the 3 first years of the Biden administration in total. Insane numbers. They're going nuts. So the sharp rise in universal injunctions stops the executive branch from performing its constitutional functions before any courts even fully examine the merits of those cases, and threatens to swamp this court's emergency docket. And so Supreme Court even measured against other universal injunctions. Those at issue here stand out. The universal injunctions here go to all 50 states. They go to millions of aliens all across the country who are dropping babies like it's New Year's, or 9 months after New Year's, like it's September, even though tailored interim relief for the plaintiffs to these suites would fully redress their alleged harms. The courts granted these universal injunctions to the states who plainly even lack standing to raise citizenship clause claims. They're not illegal aliens, these states. Why are they suing? Citizenship, they're states. So illegals can file a claim if they're unhappy with this interpretation, defying the bedrock principle that states, like other litigants, may assert only their own rights, not the rights of third parties. Why are these blue states representing illegal aliens against this country? The courts granted universal injunctions to bar federal agencies from even developing or issuing guidance about Trump's new order. It contravenes the foundational rule that courts cannot restrain the executive branch's internal working. Trump can't even write a memo about this because the judge is now in control, by preventing agencies from formulating or issuing policies in the first place. And individual district courts layered their universal injunctions on top of each other, creating a jurisdictionally messy scenario where the government must run the table over months of litigation in multiple courts. They got to win everywhere, right? In this case, they got to win in Maryland, then they got to go win in Maine or whatever the other M state was. Then they got to go win in the third state, right? So on and so forth. They got to just win, 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 because one injunction being won, there's still another one that's nationwide, and another one, all over the same issues. As Judge Niemeyer put it, these overlapping nationwide injunctions exemplify the unseemliness of such a broad extension of judicial power. And these judicial injunctions also exacerbate the existing circuit split over the permissibility of universal injunctions as they're being dropped on us now. Now, this court should declare, Supreme Court, you come out and say, enough is enough, before district courts' burgeoning reliance on universal injunctions becomes further entrenched. The court should stay the district court's preliminary injunctions, except as to the individual plaintiffs who are party to this lawsuit, and the identified members of the organizational plaintiffs, the groups that are suing. And if the court concludes that states are proper litigants, even though they're not illegal aliens, as to individuals who were born or reside in those states, then they can be on here. Now, at minimum, the court should stay the injunctions to the extent that they prohibit agencies from developing and issuing public guidance regarding the implementation of this order. Let us do our job. Supreme Court, only this court's intervention can prevent universal injunctions from becoming universally acceptable. Nice. They continue. Knocking on the door of the Supreme Court. They're right. All right, listen, you guys know what happened. On January 20th, Supreme Court, Trump issued an executive order. That order is part of the administration's efforts to stop illegal immigration and to reform the broken system. Section 1 of the order recognizes that the Constitution and the Immigration and Nationality Act confer citizenship upon all persons born in the United States, and here it is, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Specifically, the 14th Amendment of the Constitution provides that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the states where they reside. Now, that provision is known as the Citizenship Clause. It repudiated Dred Scott, which misinterpreted the Constitution to say that people of African descent were not citizens based solely on their race. That's what it was for. Congress reaffirmed that in 8 U.S. Code 1401, where they wrote and codified this: a person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a citizen of the U.S. Now, Section 1 of Trump's order identifies two circumstances in which a person born in the United States is not subject to its jurisdiction: when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of the person's birth. Okay, mom was not here legally, and she's not a citizen, obviously. If she was a citizen, she would be here legally. And dad is not a lawful permanent resident or citizen, not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of the birth. So no lawful reason to be here, unlawfully present, no jurisdiction. You're in violation of the law because mom is not here lawfully and dad doesn't have any connection. Now, when that person's mother's presence in the United States at the time of said person's birth was lawful but temporary, such as but not limited to visiting the United States under the auspices of a visa waiver program, if they're visiting on a student, work, or tourist visa, and the father was not a citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Again, those people are here temporarily, not permanently, and they're temporarily subject to the jurisdiction of the country. Then they're out. So Section 2 of the order from Trump directs the executive branch not to issue documents recognizing citizenship to the persons of Section 1 and 2, not to accept documents issued by others. Now, Section 2 specifies that only applies to people born in the United States after 30 dates of this order. So there's a little grace period there. Section 2 also makes clear that the order does not affect the entitlement of other children who are born to lawful permanent residents. They can go, if you're a lawful permanent resident, you can have a baby, that baby is automatically a citizen, according to Trump's order. Now, Section 3 of the order says, create some regulations about this. It directs the heads of the agencies to do the same, issue public guidance within 30 days. They said they can't even do that. Now, the order from Trump reflects that the citizenship clause does not extend citizenship universally to everyone who just happens to be born in the country. The clause expressly excludes from birthright citizenship persons who were born in the United States but are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That's in the Constitution. The original public meaning of the term jurisdiction, it refers to political jurisdiction, which turns on whether a person owes allegiance to and is entitled to protection from the United States, right? In other words, you have agreed to subject yourself to the sovereign. I owe allegiance to the sovereign. We have a contract, and you're going to provide protection under the laws of the country. It doesn't mean that there's a law that happens to be on the books and that you break the law, and because you get penalized for entering the country illegally, that you're under the jurisdiction. Like, yeah, we have jurisdiction to prosecute you with crimes for breaking the law. That means you're automatically excluded from this. That's not what we're talking about. But if you come here and you make a contract with us and we say, okay, you can live here permanently and you're going to be like becoming one of us, great. If you have a baby here because you're working and all that stuff, great. You've entered an agreement. But otherwise, you don't get to break the law and get a benefit of that. You steal a candy bar and then sue the corporation and then take the store over? What? A person born in the United States is subject to its political jurisdiction only if, under background legal principles, as understood at the time of the ratification, he owes primary allegiance to the United States. Okay, he's not owing allegiance to another alien power. In fact, Senator Trumbull, back in 1866, said the following. He said, what do we mean by subject to the jurisdiction of the United States? What do we mean? Not owing allegiance to anybody else. That is what it means. Not owing allegiance to anybody else. Doesn't mean that you get prosecuted under the laws of the country. So you're in the jurisdiction, as we use the term colloquially here. Now, applying that test, this court has identified multiple categories of people born in the United States who nonetheless lack a constitutional right to U.S. citizenship. We've already established a pattern here. Children who come from foreign diplomats, children of alien enemies, and children born on foreign public ships in U.S. waters fall in that category because they owe primary allegiance to foreign nations. The diplomat's kids are connected to the diplomat and the diplomat's country. Alien enemies come here, have babies. Those are babies connected to the parents who are enemies of the state. And children born on foreign public ships in U.S. waters, same thing. Unless there's a category, right, where that, it's a citizen type of person. Like, in other words, somebody drives their boat over here and has a baby. Foreign public ships in U.S. waters, they just like bring a bunch of people on a boat. Oh, you're in U.S. national waters. Everybody's just popping babies out on this submarine. Oh, those are all citizens. No. The court has held that the children of tribal Indians lack a constitutional right to citizenship because they owe immediate allegiance to their several tribes. That's the Elk case cited here. Now, in addition, there is a substantial body of historical evidence that shows that the children of temporarily present aliens or illegal aliens similarly are not subject to the political jurisdiction of the United States. This person, called Emmerich de Vattel, the founding era's leading expert on the law of nations, wrote that citizenship by virtue of birth in a country extends to children of citizens or of perpetual inhabitants, permanent residents, but not to children of foreigners who lack the right of perpetual residence. And Justice Story, famous judge who's quoted all over the place, recognized a reasonable qualification to birthright citizenship like the following. The children of parents who were in itinerary in the country or abiding there for temporary purposes as for health or occasional business. You got to have it qualified in this manner. Now, members of Congress expressed a similar understanding during debates over the 14th Amendment. In fact, there was an initial blueprint for the 14th Amendment that was called the Civil Rights Act of 1866. During the debate over these things, Senator Lyman Trumbull explained, he wrote a letter to Andrew Johnson. He says, listen, President, birthright citizenship, if we pass this, it would only extend to persons born of parents domiciled in the United States, like living here lawfully. Another senator observed that persons may be born in the United States yet not be citizens. We're trying to figure out how this works. What happens? an example of a person who is born here of parents from abroad who are temporarily in this country. And a representative during this debate said, well, under the general law relating to subjects and citizens recognized by all nations, birthright citizenship did not extend to children born on our soil to temporary sojourners. So if there's a temporary component to this, if we haven't granted you permanency in being here, you don't count. Now, post-ratification practice points in the same direction. Back in 1885, the Secretary of State issued an opinion concluding that a child born of foreign subjects temporarily in the United States had no right of citizenship. Back in 1885, they figured it out. A state Supreme Court determined that the jurisdictional element of the citizenship clause excludes those born in this country foreign parents who are temporarily traveling here. And legal scholars also explain that the words subject to the jurisdiction thereof exclude the children of foreigners transiently within the United States. If you're here just kind of unaccounted for, you're not a citizen. Now the court in the Supreme Court in Wong Kim Ark, okay, this is like the big monster case on this legal issue, it addressed this. The question presented in this massive Supreme Court case that the Supreme Court decided back a while ago said, in that case, the question was whether a child born in the United States of parents of Chinese descent who at the time of his birth, subjects of the Emperor of China, okay, so two parents Chinese living here, this is like 1886, I believe, a long time ago, and, or maybe even before that, looking for a citation, it's all back in the 1800s, says, but have a permanent domicile and residence in the United States. So the Wong Kim Ark parents were lawful permanent residents. So they are not illegal aliens. They were subjects of the Emperor of China, but living in the United States legally. Now, after analyzing that question, that was the issue before the court. The issue before the court was not whether these were illegal aliens, Chinese subjects, they were lawful. After analyzing that question, then the court came to this conclusion, saying the 14th Amendment affirms the ancient and fundamental rule of citizenship by birth within the territory, geographic, in the allegiance and under the protection of the country, including all children born here of resident aliens. It's in the case, resident aliens. The court then summed up its holding as follows. It says, a child born in the United States of parents of Chinese descent, who at the time of his birth, the parents are subjects of the Emperor of China, but have a permanent domicile and residence in the United States, becomes at the time of his birth a citizen of the U.S., which is exactly the language that Trump's executive order is mirroring. This is precedential. Now, this court has since recognized that Wong Kim Ark addressed only the children of foreign parents who were permanently domiciled in the United States. In fact, you guys found that same thing in another Supreme Court case called Kwok Jan Fat, and you found that case in Chin Bak Ham in 1902 and 1920. Now, the Justice Department also noted this. They said Wong Kim Ark goes no further than addressing children of foreigners who are domiciled in the United States, and that's a legal term. Not like I live in a domicile, I have a house. No. It has never been held, the department continued, and it's very doubtful whether it will ever be held, that the mere act of birthing a child on American soil to parents who are accidentally or temporarily or illegally in the United States operates to invest such a child with all the rights of American citizenship. It's ridiculous. Now, during the 20th century, however, our corrupt government, the executive branch adopted, okay, so all of that is case law, but the executive branch adopted the incorrect position that the citizenship clause extended birthright citizenship to almost everyone born in the United States, even children of illegal aliens or temporarily present aliens. And there's some argument that this is intentional, okay? Like they want to flood the country with foreigners, and some of that might just be economic because people aren't having babies anymore. Some of it might be much more nefarious, but that policy of near universal birthright citizenship has created strong incentives for illegal immigration. Got to just show up here and pop a kid out, and that kid is good. It has literally led to birth tourism, okay? Expecting mothers travel to the United States to give birth and secure citizenship for their children. Fly airplanes in here. It has raised national security concerns as well. It extends U.S. citizenship to persons who lack meaningful ties to the country. In fact, there was a person who was born in Louisiana to temporarily present aliens from Saudi Arabia who returned to Saudi Arabia as a toddler and then joined the Taliban and waged war against the United States. Okay, so they dropped an anchor baby here, and then that guy probably went back and fought in the Taliban. That's a long plan. Sheesh. It's like an 18-year plan. Immediately upon taking office, Trump accordingly issued an order to stop this garbage from happening. Now, the first nationwide remedy, this is Trump going to the Supreme Court, issued from Washington at the behest of 4 states and 2 individuals. 3 individuals sued elsewhere, other people sued, and more. But then 3 days after the issuance of the order, the district court granted the state a universal temporary restraining order that hit everything. At the hearing, the government asked the district court, they said, hey, can you allow us to do the things that we behind the scenes because we think this order is going to be lifted at some point, and we want to start writing memos that we can use as soon as this is up. The judge said, no, you can't. You can't even begin thinking about this in the shower. So then 2 weeks later, the district court granted the state's request to enjoin the implementation on a nationwide basis. The court stated a geographically limited injunction would be ineffective and unworkable. So every baby everywhere who's born to an illegal is now a citizen because this judge overrode President Trump, was elected by America. This judge was not. Said the government appealed, moved that injunction to be stayed. Nobody took any action on it. Then there was another one, right? Same situation happened in Maryland. Maryland sued, somebody called CASA Inc. The government appealed, moved for a partial stay. A divided Fourth Circuit similarly denied relief. Judge Niemeyer dissented though. He said, you know, we would grant the government's modest motion here. It's not seeking anything big. It seeks only to cabin the injunction's appropriate reach. And Judge Niemeyer in the Fourth Circuit said that he has grave concern about national injunctions, highlighted the unseemliness of such a broad extension of judicial power, and described the preliminary injunction here as presumptuous and jurisdictionally messy. Shout out to Judge Niemeyer. Now, this is an interesting thing that's happening. We're starting to see, one question that's popping up as we're going through this is, why are they taking this particular case up to the Supreme Court and making this about nationwide injunctions? Is it because, and I don't know the answer to this, but it's worth researching, this might be a more attractive case for Amy Coney Barrett to latch onto and John Roberts? In other words, are they more inclined to grant a remedy on a nationwide injunction problem that is emerging from immigration rather than emerging from USAID cuts? They don't want to touch that right now, but this immigration thing, maybe it does kind of rub Amy Coney Barrett the wrong way, John Roberts the wrong way, in a way that USAID did not. So the third case, New Jersey, third nationwide injunction came out from them. The district court acknowledged, they said, yeah, a nationwide injunction does raise meaningful concerns about the scope of this, but if we only limit it to our state, it's inadequate because people can go across the border and travel all over the place, and everybody will leave our state, they'll go over here and have a baby, so all the illegals will just, oh, you're pregnant? Let's go over to New Jersey. Now, in the same opinion, addressing the state respondent's suit, the district court addressed a separate suit brought by two other people. The government appealed, the Court of Appeals denied the stay, that's why we're here. And the court even said at the lower level that it would not read the plain terms of the district court's order because we can't hear the case right now. So Trump's DOJ goes to the Supreme Court. With all of that out of the way, here is their argument. They say, all right, Supreme Court, this Supreme Court has frequently granted complete or partial stays of universal orders that were issued by district courts before. So don't act like we're here trying to twist your arm on this, Amy. You guys did it in McHenry, you did it in Garland, you did it in Labrador, you did it in Wolf, you did it in DHS, you did it in Ball, you did it in Trump, you did it in International. In many cases, you've done this. The usual state factors are similar here. And even Amy Coney Barrett, in this case, called Doe's 1 through 3, in 2021 did something similar. So since you've done this about 1 million times before, why don't you do it here? We're going to win this anyways, because these injunctions are overbroad in 3 ways. They're not allowed to do this. They grant relief to non-parties, illegals who are not even suing or getting relief. They're granting relief to other states who are not even suing. And they're enjoining the operations of the executive branch, which is our prerogative to execute. Now, the court's overbroad injunctions are causing irreparable harm to the government and to America, and narrowing the injunction to their proper scope, Your Honors, would not cause any hardship to the only plaintiffs who are properly before the court, and this would be in the public interest, right? And this is another example of an overbroad order, right? They're trying to be overly demanding of Trump so that there's this tension here, because if the courts order Trump to do too much, then Trump might refute that and reject that, and then that is the impeachment trap, because Trump is rejecting a court order. So they're balancing that, right? They want to push him, but they can't push him too far because then they get into this territory where it's overbroad, where 3 states are now essentially creating injunctions for all 50. Wait a minute, how does that work? Supreme Court needs to do something about this. The imbalance, the inequity is obvious. It's palpable. It's 3 over 50 over 47. Now, the universal injunctions are granting relief to people who are not even here. Even the judge at the higher court said this is a modest request, okay? The injunctions should not have inappropriate reach. We should not have overlapping nationwide injunctions that could have the effect of preempting or interfering with other orders of the courts. The district courts, say the Trump government, should have limited their preliminary injunctions to the parties properly before them. The individual respondents, the organizations, and the states. That's it. This modest relief we're asking for would correct correct the district court's massive remedial foul. These remedies that they're instituting exceed the power of the Article 3 courts. They conflict with long-standing limits on this type of relief. They're imposing a severe toll on the federal court system, and they're referencing the AIDS doctors case, which we've talked about a lot here, and the recent dissent that came out from that with Judge Alito backhanding Judge Amir Ali in the AIDS case, who of course came from Canada. So start with the constitutional problem, says Trump. Article 3 of the United States Constitution authorizes federal courts to exercise only judicial power, not executive power, and their power only extends to cases and controversies. They don't get to legislate for the whole country. Under that power, courts can adjudicate claims of infringement of individual rights from individual people, not every illegal alien everywhere in America, whether it was an unlawful action of a private person or something else. Now, courts that sustain these claims may grant appropriate relief, like, for example, an injunction, but they cannot grant relief to strangers to the litigation. Article 3 does not empower federal courts to exercise general legal oversight over the legislative or the executive branch. If they reach beyond the litigants, and if they enjoin the president, their actions toward third parties would be not to decide a judicial controversy, but to assume authority over a co-equal branch of government. And that's what's happening here. The courts are taking over. Universal injunctions from these courts also contravene precedent. Standing in cases is not dispensed in gross. You don't just give people a right to come to court and sue, especially the government. So plaintiffs must establish standing for each form of relief they seek. You have the right to be here because the court can hear your case, and the court can do something about it to grant you the remedy that you seek. It can all happen, but you got to be there, and the remedy needs to go to you. Otherwise, this is called legislation. These are called national laws, and judges are not elected to interpret or to change those. Now, and a plaintiff remedy must be limited to the inadequacy that produced his injury in fact, right? You got to have some actual injury. Now, even if they have standing to seek relief for themselves, they can't seek it for third parties. They can't even answer the question, right? What's it to you? They're not a party to the lawsuit. So universal injunctions also transgress restrictions on their equitable powers of the courts. Federal courts that are sitting in equity, and equity is like to balance things, must apply traditional principles of equity jurisdiction, and may award only those remedies that were traditionally accorded by other courts in equity. Congress may authorize new remedies, but courts may not create their own remedies out of their butts. American courts traditionally did not provide relief beyond the parties to the case. You can't bring in a bunch of other people because you want to. They have instead long followed the rule that injunctive relief should be no more burdensome than what is needed for the plaintiffs who are party to the lawsuit. Now, unsurprisingly, there have been no national injunctions for the first century and a half of the United States. Notice that? You know, there were also not criminal prosecutions of presidents until whatever century we're in, whatever number of decades we're in now, until 2023. Is that when he first got indicted? 22? So they're changing the whole judiciary, okay, to reshape it in their disgusting image. Now, instead, in a 19th century case where a lower court issued a universal injunction of a state statute, okay, the court agreed that the challenged statute violated the Constitution, but nonetheless held in a separate opinion that the universal injunction was unlawful. It needs to be restricted to the plaintiff only, not anybody who's not a party to the lawsuit. And in a similar modern-day precedent, this court also agreed that another law prohibiting federal employees from accepting an honorarium violated the First Amendment, and said the injunction that protected this employee was overbroad. It has to only go to the parties before the court. It's inappropriate to provide relief to non-parties when a narrower remedy will protect the parties to the case. Now, universal injunctions also subvert the Article 3 hierarchy of judicial review. Now, ordinarily, the coercive effect of a court's judgment extends only to the case at hand. The judge can only control this. But the stare decisis effect of the court's opinion may extend to other cases, depending on the court's position in Article 3 hierarchy, right? So if you're a low-level court and your court of appeals says something in your district, that's going to be binding on you. But if there's other precedent in other courts, they might look to that and say, well, this is how they're resolving that issue. Now, district court's opinion has no binding precedential effect at all because the district court's at the lowest level, so nothing is binding on them or persuasive in other districts, even in the same district or on the same judge in a different case, right? So that's why all these DC judges are ruling differently. Some say you can sue over a contract dispute and get billions of dollars sent your way. Others say you can't do that. This is a contract dispute. File in the court of claims, your lawsuit is dismissed. In the same district. They're not binding on each other. But of a court of appeals does create controlling precedent that would bind those circuits in that district, those districts in that circuit. And of course, this court decision constitutes controlling precedent throughout the entire nation. So if the Supreme Court decides, everybody everywhere is bound. If this court were to hold a challenged statute or policy unconstitutional, the government could not successfully enforce it against anyone, even in light of stare decisis. But when district courts grant universal injunctions, they upend that system. They override everything. They imbue the orders of courts of first instance with the type of nationwide effect usually reserved for precedents of the court of last resort. They're kind of taking power away from views. Now, these universal injunctions also render meaningless rules about joinder and class actions, okay, as we mentioned before. Take these cases. The individual plaintiffs in Washington, they sought to represent a class of affected pregnant persons in the Washington state. Yet, instead of asking whether the individual plaintiffs actually satisfied a class certification, the district court just granted a universal injunction. Did they even certify them as a class? We don't care. You got your injunction. The court thereby then granted even broader relief than the proposed class could have sought. It's way bigger than the class. It's everybody across the whole country. Now, universal relief can also sweep up non-parties who may not even wish to receive the benefit of this. 18 states and Washington filed an amicus arguing that the citizenship order is constitutional. In other words, there's a bunch of states who want the Trump order to be in effect. And this judge is usurping their rights too. But the district court's injunctions prevent the order from taking effect in the other 18 states who even made their voices heard that they want this to happen. Universal injunctions cause significant harm to the government. They invite forum shopping. You get guys like Norm Eisen who's taken to different jurisdictions like San Francisco. Different challengers need not file different challenges in different courts. If one files one suit in one court, can secure victory nationwide. You go to the best judge you can find, sue there, know that they hate Trump, and boom, your corrupt law firm suddenly has their privileges back. They force the government to seek immediate relief, go from one court to the next, and finally got to scramble in front of the Supreme Court. They countermand the principle that the government is not subject to non-mutual issue preclusion. In other words, that the government may relitigate an issue against one party, even if it has lost that issue against another party in another case. Okay, so in other words, if the Trump administration wins and beats these lawsuits in New Jersey, they can't take that order and say, we literally cannot be sued about this in Maryland. They don't have that right because it's a separate claim. Whereas other litigants in other claims, right, could do that. So if you're being sued personally, like, you know, he sues you here, you beat him, he sues you in another jurisdiction on the same issue, you say, I already beat you on this, okay, stop shopping for forums. Can't do that against the government. And they operate asymmetrically. They grant relief to strangers everywhere. Whenever a single plaintiff prevails, and it doesn't preclude continued litigation by others if some plaintiffs lose. So if they lose, like on one suit, they just go and win it out here, win over there, win over here, get it nationwide. And finally, Supreme Court, universal injunctions harm the courts. By their nature, universal injunctions tend to force judges into making rushed, high-stakes, low-information decisions. They exert substantial pressure on this.
Mm-hmm.